as head of the Vedanta Center in Western Washington in Seattle, to come and lead us on this 2-day retreat. Those who participate will gain a great deal in their ability to concentrate and meditate. And this is a great blessing for any spiritual aspect. So once again, Swami, thank you for your wisdom and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brother Shankar.
Yes. So everyone, Swami Satyamayananda is not only an esteemed monastic and teacher in the Vedanta Society, both in India and the United States, but also an experienced editor. He was posted to Advaita Ashrama in 2010 to be the editor of Prabhuda Bharata, or Awakened India. I love that name. Don't you love that name? Awakened India, an English language magazine of the Ramakrishna order that was started by Swami Vivekananda in 1896. Swami joined the order at Advaita Ashrama, Kolkata in 1988, an initiated disciple of Swami Bhuteshananda, the 12th president of the order. He served in various capacities at Advaita Ashrama. In 2008, he joined the Probationers Training Center, Bellarmont, as a teacher. In 2014, he was appointed as the secretary of Ramakrishna Mission Ashrama, Kanpur. His life changed dramatically when in December of 2018, he left India and came to the United States to join the Vedantic Society of Southern California as assistant to Minister Swami Sarvadevananda. While in Hollywood, among his many other duties and contributions, he co-led an interfaith seminar at Loyola Marymount University. But his time in Hollywood was brief. After about a year, he was called to serve as minister in charge at the West Washington Center in Seattle, a center that was first established in 1938. Swami covers many topics in his talks, but specializes in what he will share with us, what he is sharing with us this weekend, the philosophy of yoga and the importance of meditation. He said in one recent talk, the future of humanity is going towards meditation. And I'll tell you, I've spent some time with Swami in the last couple of days. I get to have the great pleasure of having breakfast with him, and he's so very approachable and such a very easy to talk to person. So I want to also let everyone know that if you would like some private time to speak with the Swami, that is available. There are some spots available tomorrow. Just let me know and I can schedule that for you. Thank you so much.
And our Sister Jyoti will also at 12 and at 3 o'clock give us a little yoga exercise.
Very easy, just breathing and, you know.
Yeah.
Everybody can do it, not to worry. Thank you so much, Swami.
So good morning, everybody. Yesterday was a little deep philosophy on the yoga and its practices. We will be going in deep today also. But in a way, I was, I always check the audience, the participants, and found that, yeah, they can go out, they can take this. Thank you for being so receptive. And so today we're going to have, as I said, a brief introductory talk on mind and yoga, and then we go through the motions of guided meditation, the QA. We'll see how things roll on today. Okay. Om Asato Ma Sadguru Gamaya Tamaso ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityormamritam Gamaya Om Shanti 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 Om, from the unreal, lead us to the real. From darkness, lead us unto light. From death, lead us to immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. There are two forces in this world when understood can clarify a lot of phenomena for us. The ancient yogis spoke of them as circling outwards and circling inwards. The two words are pravritti and nivritti. One is the force that runs outwards, and the counter force that runs inwards. Or you could say it as kind of things gravitate towards the center and a force that breaks that and is kind of a centrifugal force and spreads it out. So these two forces, the forces of integration and disintegration, the forces of something being expanded and then contracted. So this pravritti and nivritti. Vritti is a movement. Pra is beautiful movement outside. Nivritti is beautiful movement inside. So this entire world can be understood through these two forces. You know what happens? We see this phenomena and then, but we don't understand that there is or there are forces beneath which are molding all this thing. This also explains life and death and joy and sorrow and pain and pleasure and everything. Things expand and then at one time they circle inwards. These are the two words Swami Vivekananda has used. Circling outwards and circling inwards. Pravritti and nivritti. Like when we work also, we work, we get tired and then we gather ourselves, want to return back home. These two forces also define life and thought. Vritti, as I said, is a movement, like the same laws that are in the external world also run, like, or govern the internal world. The mind also works on these two principles of circling outwards, or circling forward, and circling inwards, back. The forces of integration are as essential as the forces of disintegration, spreading it. When we practice yoga, one needs the forces of circling inwards to be more dominant. As we have seen yesterday, the illustration the yogis use for the waves in the mind. I've spoken about the waves. That is another word for the vritti. It's a movement. Any movement in the mind runs over, it's like a ripple that runs over the surface of the mind, which is likened to a surface of a lake. The ripple runs, sometimes the ripple coalesces with other ripples and becomes a wave. And then it returns like everything else in this universe. So things run across the surface of the mind and they return. I think that this is clear because whatever runs out will have to run in. It follows the principle of every movement is cyclic. Everything runs in cycles. Everything. The trees, human beings, and plants, and birds, and animals. The universe itself expands and then contracts. It runs out and then runs back in. Nowadays, what cosmologists speaking about the expansion of the universe, the quantum fluctuations, they call it quantum fluctuation, and suddenly there was a expansion. Yeah, we know that. Of course, the word Big Bang is now kind of passé. Nobody uses it. They call it inflationary universe. The universe is from one point. And the Indian cosmologists, they said, yeah, it expanded, it was inflationary, and then come back as well. It just cannot dissipate because it has to start anew. So everything in the universe, mountains and forests and trees and human beings and everything goes through these motions of things expanding and then contracting and coming back. So the same principles also work in the mind. Expands, a thought expands, goes out, and then comes back and returns. What does it return with? Yeah. It doesn't come alone. The laws of karma say that it comes with its results. Every thought has to have its results. The resultant component is embedded within the movement of the mind. That's why they say everything you think or do or speak leaves a mark on us. And that mark guides things back to us. So there's a pravritti. When we meditate, when we are trying to meditate, we are trying to center ourselves. We are trying to bring all the thought waves back, and we know what happens. We are sitting down and the mind runs. Yesterday we were saying, oh, the mind is so restless in the mind. Yeah, of course. That's the nature of the mind. It's going to run out. But there is a counter force to bring it back. But when done deliberately with willpower, the mind will center itself back to that starting point. The whole process of yoga is to bring it back. So the waves, instead of spreading it around, they stay in one center. That is called meditation. think if this is clear, then we can. I had also given the illustration of when we perceive something, it's like some data is coming through the senses and into the mind, and they plonk into the mind, lake of the mind. But there is another element which I mentioned yesterday, like a fish, which is there in the water, and they leap out and they grab what is plunked inside there. So every data that comes in has a counterpart, which is called memory. The fish is like a memory. So memory is important for us to operate in this world. Otherwise, if you see something for the very first time, then, hey, what's this? You ask somebody, oh, this is a table. That also is a table. This also, but then the different table. Then the next time you see something, you don't need to ask, what is this? You know. So knowing, as I said, represents the conscious and the subconscious impressions. Okay. So when we are talking about the waves of the mind that run and they come back, when they leave you, they leave a mark, and when they return, they also leave a mark. That's the memories, those are the memory traces. So these forces of disintegration and integration are also subconscious, not only consciously. They are in the subconscious, and it's recording everything. So these make up what we call our memories, our impressions, or karma. Karma is it's a very loaded word. There are many aspects to it, but it's like a seed that is thrown in the ground and which will sprout. So these memories, these traces, these marks, they form our personality inside. When we try to meditate, what we are doing is, as I said, we are trying to stop the movement of the mind outside. We can do that if you try hard enough. No, it's very difficult to keep your mind with only one single thought. Multiple thoughts come. You have to do. So that's a process called in the yoga aphorisms, pratyahara, that is withdrawing the mind, withdrawing the senses of the mind. Pratiharana, it goes up, pull it back in. So this is a continuous process. The example given is the well-known illustration. There's an elephant that kind of walking down the street, and then it extends its trunk to a neighbor's banana plants tree. And the rider sitting on the elephant will give a tap on the elephant's head with that goad. And the elephant will retract the trunk. And again, it sees something more edible and it will reach out. And again, the rider will hit it back. And so the poor elephant, it will get food later, but then this is a kind of a constant practice. Many people who practice meditation, actually, they are practicing this, the withdrawing of the mind from the senses to bring it back. And sometimes the whole of yoga is this. If you can succeed, you've come a very long way into advancing in yoga. So this is, things are breaking, going out, and then you're pulling them back in. Hey, no. Where do you center all these things? On your real self, on your divine self. You know, there's a divinity within inside. But we don't not only acknowledge, we're not even aware of it. You have to center everything in your own divinity, in your own soul. And as you pull it, you will feel, this is where I am supposed to be. This is where I am and what I am, who I am. The people say, no, find out who you are. And then people also, they say, who am I? Who am I? Don't go about saying that. People will say, this guy needs some help. Don't you know who you are? Don't go about it. So this who am I business, you know, it has been already decided, authenticated, experienced that you are that divine. That's why there's another saint, you know, one saint said, who am I? Who am I? Another saint said, I am that. Yes. I'm glad. What do you mean? I'm still confused about who am I? No, I'm that. So this is extremely important in meditation. You don't sit down with that, who am I? Who am I? No. That can meditation will not succeed if you're going to try to find who am I. You have to start with that. I am that. That is your center, and I'm going to draw everything towards that center. Can that center hold these waves in the mind? Yes. As I said, these, again, to bring the illustration of the surface of a lake, you throw in a pebble, the pebble hits the water, and there's a splash. So the water also hits back at a pebble, not a pebble only. What hits, and there's a kind of a spray, and then the water settles and then runs. In the lake of the mind, as I explained, same thing happens, but there is one more element. These things are what I mentioned, that the circling outwards and the circling inwards. These are mechanical processes, mechanical forces. But we also know there is something called consciousness. Consciousness is everywhere. It is in the wave, it is everywhere. So when you center into yourself in the divine, you are getting in touch with that consciousness. The whole process of yoga is to expand this consciousness. So long you are just expanding the mechanical forces of, trying to bring these mechanical forces back. The consciousness which is there is then expanded. And there are various layers of this consciousness. These are enumerated in the yoga aphorisms as various concentrations called samadhi. we spoke about it briefly, and it's rather good to be brief only, because that is another whole science of yoga. The higher consciousness gets expanded slowly and slowly. Technically, just for the record, there's called Savitarka, Nirvitarka, Savichara, Nirvichara, Saranga, Sastra. These are all samadhis. And then these are all the lower samadhi. The higher two, the fifth and the sixth, they are quite transcendental. And then the mind again, or the consciousness goes out beyond these categories, where the mind actually becomes perfectly still. Not only perfectly still, they say in dying state. When the mind becomes still in samadhi, the mind for that moment dies. Okay. Because there is no mind there. Then what happens? And that's why when the mind is for that moment dead, the body also will appear dead. There will be no life in the body. But yeah, we have equated existence with the mind and the body. But your existence is actually in that consciousness, in that higher consciousness. So in the state of sleep, there is no mind, but that mind has gone into its sealed form. Well, like I said, cyclic, everything goes out, comes back in, it goes there. It's a sealed form. And from there it emerges again. So many people, they equate sleep with samadhi. No. Otherwise, everybody would be great yogis. Oh, we go to sleep every day, so there we are. So the state of samadhi transcends sleep, transcends waking, transcends dreaming, transcends the world, transcends everything. There it is where you perfectly realize that, yes, I am that. Once the mind is trained into bringing itself back to retract itself, then it becomes very easy. Because the more inward you go, the more closer you go to your real divine self, the more joy you get. And the mind likes that. That's what it is actually. It just wants happiness. You see, all these things that we are doing, we all want to be happy. Of course, we want to be happy. Only sick people like to be sad, like pain. No, it's human nature to be happy, to seek happiness. Depends on what you're seeking happiness in, but that's the general orientation of the human nature. And when you're pulling yourself back in, the joy, the happiness that you feel, oh my God, I want more, I want more. At that time, meditation and all these things becomes natural. You know, Sri Ramakrishna gives a parable of, these the country boats, there are these guys who are trying to cross from the shore into the ocean, but then you have to encounter all the waves first. And somehow the guys are rowing and the helmsman is kind of careful that the boat doesn't capsize. So after the boat, old country boats, canoes, more like a canoe, they crossed over the wave. All the waves are crossed over. Then the water there is not as choppy, and then they can take it easy. They don't need to be rowing hard and trying to keep the boat from being capsized. And so then you can take it easy. And Sri Ramakrishna says, then the guys, then they light up and they smoke, and the boat is safe. So it's not good. So in the yoga practices also, the first few years, I would say, have to be really intense. You need to really push yourself. But after that, then it becomes easy. Then meditation itself becomes natural. You should not, there will come a time when the state of meditation will be so natural, you will be doing meditation all the time. Your whole life will be in a kind of a meditative mood. And there will be joy, of course. People talk about it like that. You feel so light and elevated, your mind will be so happy. This is what meditation. It's not just, oh, I've got to sit down in the morning and the evening. Yeah, you got to do that. But later on, that morning and evening spills all across over the mind. And then so you're walking, you're working, you're talking, you'll be doing it in a very meditative. There is an undercurrent that's always there. Now, suppose I have a strong desire, say, to eat a piece of chocolate, candy or whatever, and I don't see any candies around. But that desire subterranean is what I'm saying. And the moment I see candy, there it is. I got it. What I'm trying to get is that desire for chocolates has been running in your mind all through. You've been doing all the other work, but there's that desire. So meditation also will become something like this. There will be that meditative mood just beneath your conscious mind. It will be there. And when you sit down again, then you can focus inside without anything. And when you come out of meditation, that meditative mood is there with you all throughout the day. That is what makes human life worth living. So all this effort that we have put in the initial years was worth it. Oh yeah. Otherwise, you're just another plaything of nature. Nature will push you around, pull you and push you, and pull you and push you. With these two forces of pravriti and nivritti that is circling around. So it's just a plaything of it. Just kind of. When you take control of yourself, then you can understand all phenomena. You will understand human strengths and human weaknesses. You can understand your own mind. Then you can appreciate other people's minds. Yeah. So this is the basic structure of the mind, which is also that of the universe. You cannot have two different sets of rules for the mind and for the world. It has to be one. The sages, they were very clear. Everything has to be explained through universal forces. Don't get a bunch of forces here and a bunch of forces there. So these universal forces can be explained differently by different people, but these are universal. So it's in me, in you, in the universe, in the stars, the planets, and birds and trees, and everywhere. Forces of integration and the forces of disintegration. Everything moves in cycles. Or we like to, everything moves in waves. Up and down. Nothing in this world is static. Nothing. It cannot be. If everything becomes still, there will be no world. There will be no mind also. That's why they say, still the mind. There will be no mind. Oh, then what will I do? That is where you really ought to go. You've forgotten. It's like we start something. One wave gives rise to two waves, and then 4 waves, and then 8 waves, and 16 waves, and 32. Yeah. We start something stupid, and we keep on doing that stupid thing till we catch it. Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, everything. And it happens so quickly. You start one thing and see how you get pulled into it. Every karma, every memory, you're thinking of candy. And you think of all the other candies that you had or you would like to have. They're all kind of linked. So all waves are linked. You start with one and end up with one. That's why philosophically it is said the one becomes from many. And in the Upanishads, it said that God was sitting there quietly. I am one. Then he said, let me be many. And the one became the many. And you say, I have my mind, you have your mind, she has her mind, he has her mind, everybody has mind. There cannot be many minds. Really, there are many brains, of course. So, like I said, these guys, they wanted something which is universal. And they said that the individual minds are part of the cosmic mind. There is one mind. And we are all waves. You, me, and everybody are small waves in the cosmic. I think this is clear. We've gone far beyond just the ordinary teachings of yoga. But this is important because it is yoga. I will meditate and I will realize that people, they have some very strange ideas about realization and enlightenment. I tell them, take these psychedelics and we can go into a trip. I said, that's happening between your ears, within your skull. Enlightenment does not happen just there within that bony structure of your so-called tongue. It happens everywhere. So we can understand things, like, take for instance, things happen in the Europe. Well, it happens everywhere. In the world of quantum, you cannot say it is here. It is everywhere. So your enlightenment will mean you have become the universal. You are no longer confined to your own individuality. Your individuality has become universal. That is enlightenment. When you know, I am the world, I am the universe. Okay? This is about, because what happens, a lot of people is like, why practice meditation? It's kind of that long, boring, painful, every day, both legs ache and the back aches and I have to sit down. Oh man. And then my leg becomes numb, falls asleep. Let's drop some shrooms, mushrooms, and let's get into that. If that was the case, everybody would have become yogis quickly. So forget that. We are not teaching anything about it. It's just that some of the old connection neurons, because of the flood of these psychotropic substances, they start firing like mad all over the place. When they fire all over the place like crazy, you get to see the lights and this and that and think, I've seen consciousness, I've seen the heart of consciousness. So these are the few principles of higher aspects of yoga. So we start from here. The wave. As I said, when the wave rises, even when we are meditating, a wave rises, it reaches out and you're pulling it back in. Again, that same wave rises again, tries to reach out to circle outward, pull it back in. So the smaller the circle begins, the greater is your concentration. If the circle is vast, and then it takes time for that wave to come back in, that means the mind is restless. So things plonk inside, circle outside, and immediately pull back in. This makes the mind get centered. These mechanical forces are being centered in one. And there will come a time when both these pravritti and nivritti, these circling forward and circling inwards, they are perfectly balanced. The force that pulls us out is countered by the other force. That is the stilling of the mind. That is yoga. Okay. So the moment one is stronger, then both these forces have to be. Then we can see the underlying consciousness within that. Clear? If? Yeah. I wanted to make it as kind of simple as possible without getting into too many. Oh, You got some background music also, yeah. So this is what is practiced simply, gradually, deeply. Then you will know whether there is eternity, whether the soul is immortal or no, whether this life has any value or no, whether there is a God, everything. It is here. The answers will be crystal clear. These have been over and over, experienced over and over. It's just not theory. These have been, and they can be demonstrated. You're okay. If you do this, you will get this. There is no, you come even as a skeptic. Sure, you can come as a skeptic or an atheist or anything. Yoga does not require for you to believe in anything. Yoga is not a faith tradition. It's not a belief system. It never was. You can believe in anything. But can you practice this? Then keep your beliefs here out and practice. So whether you believe in one God or multiple gods, whether no gods, doesn't matter. Your belief is just, they say, is just a wave in the mind. Yeah, it helps you to kind of go through life. Like there are people who still believe that the earth is flat. They call it flat earthers. They're living their life, they're perfectly okay. Despite all the evidence to the contrary. Oh, okay. But the moment you tell them they are nice people, but the moment you tell them the earth is round, see what happens to them. All them believe, oh no, it cannot be. It's flat. So beliefs can be wrong. Most of the beliefs are there. So yoga does not expect you to have a belief in yoga. It just wants you, can you do these things? Can you walk this path? So it's an experience, and the science is experience. We Do you have any kind of questions before we can take the practice up?
So, what is dream? Where does dreams come from?
Memories.
Like sometimes we see some which have never like met, or see something crazy, something. I used to see one particular dream like every now and then, and that was very scary and
They're called nightmares. I think yesterday, the dreams are nothing but old memories. Again, when whatever we have done, as I said, it leaves a mark on us. Okay, those marks are impressions or memories. Now, in the subconscious mind, these marks of, you can say, memories exist. But we think of the subconscious mind, say it's like this. We have an altar, and there are many things on the altar. They are still there, static. They have their own place here, there, there. Everything is kind of here, this too. the whole room, all of us are kind of, it's a static place. We think. It isn't. It's very fluid. So this will move there, that will move here, this will go there, that will come here, you will come here, I will go there. It's very fluid. So some of these traces, memory traces, they merge with others. Sometimes they diverge from others. Or 3 or 4 impressions get together. Like take for instance, I'm sitting down, I flew from Seattle, and after a few days, I will sit down, I'll be dreaming. I'm sitting in the plane, but beside me there's an elephant. That dream is recounting me sitting down in the plane and elephant I saw in a zoo. In that state, it's not incongruous. I'm thinking, okay, hello, how are you? I keep talking and the elephant will keep talking to me. I don't find anything incongruous. I don't find anything stupid, silly. It's a dream. So what has happened is impressions have all been floating free. As I said, no impression remains isolated, in a vacuum. They are all networked. So when you're dreaming, so things pop out, except when they are spiritual dreams. Ramakrishna says that spiritual dreams, dreams of gods and goddesses, etc., are real. That's because I won't go into it because that's a process. And from the deepest layers of kind of consciousness, a kind of a flashlight emerges, cutting through all these layers of memory that you see something. So there are frightening things, there are nice things. Dreams itself, the memories in dreams, a separate folder is created. Yeah, people may be dreaming. When they wake up, they don't know. They don't know. But next day you go to sleep again and you're dreaming, you might have the same dream. Like the same nightmare, something frightening. A separate folder has been created.
Can you delete that folder?
Why not? You can do it through lucid dreaming. If you can dream and become aware at that time that I am dreaming, you suddenly become that you disassociated from the dream.
Sometimes I dream. I know I'm dreaming,
Right.
and I want to see next. What is next? Like I want to wait and continue that the dream to see something. What's coming next? In that dream.
Yeah, I would suggest you. There is a small book, Encountering the Memory Self. I want you to go through it because there all these dreams and this and that. Encountering the Memory Self. So written by Swami Satyamayananda. Because I also was curious what all these things are. I researched and it's a small kind of encountering the memory. I spoke everything about whatever memory, what types of memories.
Since you have researched it, so do you think that you can control dream, or say I want to dream God and goddesses, but I don't do
You can control.
you for sleeping. If I think of God and goddesses,
those impressions will come. Those are different from the spiritual. Okay. Yeah. So before you fall asleep, they say you do japa or you look at a picture, God's picture, or remember God, or something like that, and fall asleep. And when you wake up, those same pictures or same thoughts will emerge. As well as even when you dream, you will remember it at times, those thoughts. That's a good practice, that's a good spiritual practice.
But Maharaj, I'm trying to do that for a couple of months, of course, but I'm not getting there.
Keep on doing it. You keep on doing it, yeah. That's the best way to transform your mind, to make the mind spiritual. That's the best way to. Yes,
Maharaj, is for most of us, when we try to still our mind with morning and evening meditations, so how we can figure out either we are having some progress based on some experiences at the beginning that we can get glimpse of some, as you said, the undercurrent consciousness. That is my first question. And second question is, in the deeper level of meditation, as one progresses, when one tries or when one gets the breakthrough from, say, Sakshi to Chaitanya, kind of that breakthrough, if grace is definitely needed to get to that breakthrough, then how it works for the skeptics and atheists?
you see, experiences, what experience? You will not get any experience in the beginning. For many years, you forget all the experiences. But there are indications that you will become free from stress, depression, and anxiety, all these things you have control over. Even if the situation is stressful, you will be able to overcome it. These are things. Then you can say your focus in work and all these things will increase. So these are the indications. Talking about experiences, that comes much later, much later. Sakshi and all. Even if you don't believe in the witness consciousness, when you go in that place, you will see, oh, it is there. Oh, those guys, what they said is true. You don't have to start with any kind of belief because your beliefs will mold your way of thinking. And you see something and you find, hey, I got this. No. So the whole process of yoga or Vedanta is based not on beliefs, it is based on karma, on action, on work. Do it. So the witness consciousness right now it's only it's a thought. It's not really that. So when you come down to this, oh, this is what is called a witness consciousness, then you authenticate what you see, what is according to what the scriptures have said. So people get some fancy ideas about the Atman and say, no, I've had a glimpse of the Atman. They just say hello to you. You also make fun, you know. They'll say hello to you. No, no, then it's not the Atman. So the entire system of yoga, etc., is based on work, not on belief. Okay, take this up and proceed. And as you go, it is nothing but you experimenting with yourself, with your mind. And as you go deeper and deeper and deeper, you want to become free. The goal of yoga is freedom, not these experiences of light and sound and this. These things can be got in after a practice of a few years of concentration, really concentration. When you concentrate on the tip of your nose here, you will smell beautiful fragrance. If you concentrate on the tip of your tongue, you will feel as if you're coming in touch with something, the divine touch. If you concentrate on the roof or the palate, you will hear or see divine things. So these things are there. If you want, how do you know that you are progressing? There are many indications. Nihar, Shunya, like smoke, mist, fireflies, moon, sun, crystal. These things come to the yogi as the yogis. These perceptions, these are extrasensory perceptions. They will strengthen your practice. These are milestones. So it is true that you will see these things, certain phenomena, and you can take them as milestones, not the, the, the end things. Everything, I've got. Like Sri Ramakrishna says sometimes, Swami Vivekananda says sometimes you will see the universe filled with sparkling lights, coalescing and again coming out with sparkling light. Sometimes you will hear the peal of bells ringing and commingling and falling into your mind or ear as it were, as a continuous sound. As you keep on practicing, all the various nadis which are there in your body, these are not the ordinary nerves. These are very deep psychic channels. You will hear them. A kind of a beautiful bell-like sound can be heard there. You will hear it. So as you keep on practicing, you will see all these, you will experience these things. And as you proceed, and then when you get to the real experience these small things were, when you were young, $1 was very big amount. Now, yeah, you've grown up. So all these small things are just to fortify your faith in the practice. Yeah, what I'm doing is correct and I'm on the right path. So these things will come. The content of your dreams also will change. So these are also signs. Okay? Not like a friend there. Well, frightening dreams, you will not get frightened. You get nice, beautiful, peaceful dreams. Not the la la land type. But because what happens, your conscious mind is now filling your subconscious mind with all these things. And okay, so take it up, practice, and you will see all these things happening. Okay, so we have anything, or we can go for the guided meditation like we did yesterday. Okay. And like we did yesterday, but there are some newcomers. Sit down straight. That is, keep your spine, your neck and head in a straight line. Square your shoulders. Don't close your eyes yet. Wait. I know you all are all eager to meditate. So stretch your spine. And if you can, don't lean on the back of the seat. Just because the spine has to be free and steady. Now close your eyes and be perfectly still. If your chin is pointing down, raise it up, please. Become aware of the sensation of touch on your body. Touch on the chair, the touch of your hands. Be perfectly still, no moving at all. Now, in your right palm, become aware of your pulse. Feel the right palm throbbing. Now feel your whole arm, right arm. Now let go of the right arm and palm. Now on the left, become aware of just your palm, left palm, and your left arm. Now become aware of the pulsation in your chest. Don't visualize anything. Your heart is beating, and that pulsations are felt in your chest. Now feel those pulsations in your feet also, in your legs. Your entire body is now pulsating. Be still and be alert. If you're feeling sleepy, push that sleep away. It has to be done consciously. Now become aware of your chest
expand and contract with each breath. Breathe naturally. Just become aware of the movement. Now become aware of the breath in your nostrils. Relax all your facial muscles, please. Keep your tongue in your mouth free. Keep the eyes under the lids. Focus on the tip of your nose. No visualization. Now visualize a ball of golden light deep within your chest. Let that ball of light enlarge. Enlarge that ball of light. Let it grow. In that ball of light, one can visualize the aspect of God which one likes. Those who have a mantra can repeat their mantra silently, or just repeat silently, Om. Try to make the ball of light clear as possible. See the image in it as clear as possible. Use your willpower, bend your mind to it. The focus should be unwavering. Feel that ball of light as warm. Its nature is of love. You're filled with love. That light has flooded every part of you. This love, this light is also joy. Feel this love and joy, light flooding within. And see that image within, luminous. You're full of this love. You're full of this joy. You're full of that peace. This is what you really are. This is your real nature. Let go of the image if you're visualizing it. Just feel that warm light, love within. This joy, it is peace. Once again, contract that diffuse light into a ball, once again, of light in your heart. Become aware of your breath, please. Feel the pulsation of your heart. Take long, deep breaths, please. Slow, long. Just wiggle your toes and fingers. And you can slowly open your eyes. Be silent for a while. Om. This is one meditation that can be used to lift your spirits and think of yourself as this inside your mind is full of joy, peace, love. This is actually what we really are. We have forgotten now. So as you keep on diving deep into meditation, you will feel, yes, it's only when you are in touch with your real self can you spread joy and peace and love. And wherever you go, you'll be like a blessing. Where sometimes we go and people curse us, oh, this unfortunate, unlucky guy, boring guy. No. There, once you feel you're in touch with your deeper self, there is a transformation. Now, it is not an imagination. They say meditation is an imagination. It's not imagination. All these symbols and aids to meditation have been used by yogis of old. They have experienced it. So these symbols and processes have been authenticated by them. So their experiences are now kind of used as aids for us. So it's not imagination. This because they say, I give you an example. I lift this pen up. Okay, or if I just imagine myself lifting this pen up, this more or less the same neural circuits are fired together. Even if I don't really do it, but I just imagine that I'm doing it, lifting this pen up, the same brain waves, the brain pattern is seen even when I'm imagining it. So what happens is when we are meditating on these symbols and these processes, your brain is changing. And as you keep on doing it over and over again, your brain keeps on changing. Then it will become the real thing as it. The whole thing is the mind wants to run out, bringing it back to yourself. And as you meditate, it's not only during meditation that you change your brain, you change your body, but every time we are living and working and walking and talking and doing things, we are changing our brains. Not change, changing the brain, put a whale's brain inside. Changing the connections, that's what I mean. And this is found to be accelerated when we meditate. We change the patterns, the brain pattern. So it's so this is the evidence of yes, meditation does change one. It will make us more compassionate, it will make us loving, it will make us more kind, it will make us more patient, it will make us better human beings, apart from the other things. Okay. So you have any questions? Or we can take up something else also. And at 12, our dear Sister Jyoti will come and give us a 5 or 10 minute of. Yeah, you can keep the part of that which is you silent. The phones have become integral to us. It's me. So,
Maharaj.
yeah, wait. Somebody. Yeah, there.
So when we get attached to something, the desire comes, or vice versa. And when that is satisfied, then we have a little bit detachment, at least temporarily. As we grow older, the desire for like fancy things kind of goes away.
Yeah.
But some of the things like, if you give up the desire for the children is gone, but the grandchildren come, or you give up your so-called worldly friends and the spiritual friends. And how do we give up desires without joyfully, like without feeling like you're giving up something or with resentment? We just let it go and free.
I think yesterday we discussed this. Ramakrishna, just go forward. Keep on, as you move towards the west, the east falls off by itself. You don't have to do something separately. So the more you go towards God or reality, the rest of the things appear. Okay, I was there. Okay, I outgrew them. So from a worldly kind of family, this and that, you have a spiritual community. It's better. And then you need a community to support yourself. And then later on you won't need even a spiritual community. Many people, who they become actual yogis, they can live on their own and they can meditate in this and that. So, but for us, you can stay in a spiritual community. Or you will have to go to some cave or some forest and meditate. I don't want anybody, I think. I can do that. But then you come back into your community. Because we are social beings. You see, our bodies and our minds are designed to work within a society, a group. Yes, whatever you say, it's not only human beings, all living beings, they live in a society. You take fishes, birds, plants, even everything else. Why? Because that's the way we grow. You know what's the worst form of torture? Yeah, you can say isolation. You know, they say solitary confinement. Person go mad. So our senses, our bodies and all are designed to interact with them. So we can grow, we learn from each other and we grow. So this is necessary. All it don't take it as the attachments. The attachments, yeah, these are natural things, these are natural processes of life. But then don't say, oh, my children, my grandchildren, yeah, it's good. That was the time for that. And then otherwise, if you keep on becoming like that, you have a child's mind, or you are a devouring mother, not letting the child grow up. That is also bad. Oh, yeah. So, within that, you must have that freedom. Let a child grow, you also grow. And as you keep on maturing, as you keep on progressing, these things, it doesn't make a big difference to you. So the more you go towards reality, the more you leave all these things. So short and sweet answer is that. It's not that spirituality should make you hard. Yeah, there are some people who I should not be attached to anything. I should be strict and stern and stoic. No, that's not spirituality. That's something else. Spirituality makes your heart soft. So otherwise, there's something wrong with the spirituality. If spirituality makes you selfish, what kind of? So the moment you're unselfish, you will need a community. You need to go about it. Okay.
Um, how do you keep a balance between prakriti and vritti?
Meditation.
You said you want to give me, or we can.
Yeah, it is discernment also. Wait, I don't need to go that far along with this. I need to pull myself back. So there's discernment also to become alert, to know that this circling outward has begun, and I need to put it. Yeah. Like suppose a person starts drinking one glass of wine, and then one wine becomes two and three, and then slowly, the whole day that person is drinking wine. So you start one and it keeps on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, wait, that's enough. This is too much. Start pull back. Pull back. Yeah. So to know exactly, be alert. And so when you're going for, or if you have a mantra, repeat a mantra. That's the easiest and best way to pull yourself back. Okay. So think of divine or whatever mantra is it. or you can become aware of a breath immediately. My mind is racing about here and there. Oh, and then quietly I become aware of my breath, all the breath. Become aware of, how I am breathing in. I am breathing out. Become aware. Immediately.
Or it can be prayer,
Oh, prayer.
mantra.
Yeah, mantra. Mantra is condensed prayer. So, yeah. So the whole thing is, you must be, life should be balanced. There are some people who kind of go straight to the extremes, and then nature will beat them back. Get back. And they say, oh, this life is miserable. This, I want to do this. I want to. So try to be, and that's the whole process of living also. To be centered in yourself. That's okay. Anyone? Oh yeah.
What is the best way in the sense, especially for a beginner, like, is it good idea to do a short intervals many times or whatever is possible, or to sit for a long?
No. You always, that's a mistake a lot of people do. When they start to try to meditate and they want to say, I will meditate for 1 hour. No, don't. Take short breaks. Say you meditate for 10 minutes, take a break for 2 or 5 minutes and go to it. Go in for quality, not quantity. So your 1 hour or 1.5 hour or 2 hours, whatever you have these small. So from the 10 minutes, then you can extend it after maybe a couple of months to 12 minutes or 15 minutes. And then half an hour, slowly. And then you can do away with all the breaks. So then you can sit. When your body can sit down without any discomfort for a long time, and your mind can focus, then that's a different thing. So that you get yourself acquainted with sitting down. The body, the moment you sit down for a while and then you start feeling sleepy. So that is one big enemy of meditation. To conquer that, break it in segments, and then.
The other thing is, you don't have any thoughts while you're doing it, all is blankness. What does it mean? Just blank. There's no thoughts, nothing, no waves.
The mind is stupefied. Pull it out. Meditation always will mean you to meditate on an object. Like yesterday, I was kind of saying, there is an object of meditation. There is a subject of meditation. That is you, the subject, is meditating on an object. So later on, the object becomes the subject. Yeah. And then they merge. So keep a wave in the mind of a divine object or a divine symbol or whatever. But it has to be there. You will feel a kind of a blankness because there are no imminent thoughts arising. And everything is good. But you are aware of the body, so there's not blank. You're just not. So when you're meditating on, say, a symbol, that thought has to be fully suffusing your entire mind. That symbol will fill your whole mind when you're meditating. Like suppose you're meditating on Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna will actually fill your entire mind. You cannot say, oh, I'm blank. No. Then, so if the mind is going blank, pull it up. again concentrate on that. And it's going blank. So just before the mind is going to sleep, it gets kind of blank. Well, meditation. See, when you're trying to sleep at night, you have no control on your that. Certain images come, they float about. This is called a kind of a hypnagogic state. It's a kind of hypnotic state. And when you wake up, just you don't from sleep or dreaming, you don't simply jump out and wake. You transition into something called hypnopompic state. It's a kind of a small kind of bandwidth. It's a hypnotic state. You come out slowly. And then, oh, wow, okay, this morning. Not only that, they say, Vedanta says your entire day also is the kind of you're in a kind of hypnotic mood. Vedanta says you're already hypnotized. You have to dehypnotize yourself. The whole process of yoga is dehypnotization. So, so that's why when you're meditating, everything is going blank. When you're really concentrating, things from the fringes will all recede, and you will focus on that object of concentration fully. And that object of concentration will start glowing, growing, and filling your mind. So you cannot say, oh, it's an empty. No. Even when we were young, we used to kind of concentrate on a black spot, black dot, trying to practice concentration. So when we used to do that, not everybody, but at least I was doing it. So on that black dot, as a concentrate, that dot used to fill the entire mind. It was not, it was here, it was there, it was. At that stage, yeah, their mind is blank, but I am actually concentrating.
Could I ask a question when we have a minute?
Just. Yeah, quickly. Okay.
So there is one thing that I read in the book saying that Swami Vivekananda goes to Sri Ramakrishna and say, my family is in poverty. Why don't you ask Kali to get the situation? And Ramakrishna says, you go and ask Kali. And Swami goes there and he does not ask. But coming back to the very ordinary people like us,
he does ask. He asks for renunciation and knowledge and an uninterrupted vision of Kali. And he sees her as living, not a statue. He sees her. But he's so overwhelmed with the beauty and the sublimity and the consciousness of Kali. Why should I ask a job and money from? So, continue the question.
So, people like me, ordinary people, is it wrong to ask for ourselves, for the family?
Yeah, is the question being kind of the online audience want know what the question is. So the question was whether can we pray for wealth and this and that? Well, you can. You see, in the Bhagavad Gita, it's saying 4 types of devotees are there. Yeah, there are those who want money.
Okay.
There are those who are afflicted. Those are afflicted, those who want wealth, those who are the seekers, and those who are the knowers. The knowers and the seekers, the inquirers, They want, they will say, is God there? Does he exist? But the other two types, those who are afflicted, life has got, it's very painful. So they will pray, those, oh God, if you can give me a good job, you can give me this, that, I will be good, I will be happy. God will say, oh, yeah, guy will give him a good job, he'll forget me. Forget him. Or if you give her a good job, then their miseries will be lessened and they will remember. So you can pray once, but you know which category you belong to. But it's better to pray to God than so in a way you're remembering. And he's saying, Sri Ramakrishna says, God is one's very own. So who will you go to? Even your family, you will find that they are not really my own. God is my own. So pray. Okay.
So mine's kind of same as Balakrishna's question, but so when the mind, when it seems like it's stopped and there's like a subtle kind of a dreaming going on, undercurrent, and like the awareness has slipped. So how do we stay out of it, or how do we pull back out of it without just having to wait until we wake up?
Oh no, you start the process with a very, you can say, alert mind. A part of your mind is watching the whole thing. Keep that alert. You know what happens if I go to a room and I see 10 people all sleepy, even I'll go in and I'll also fall asleep. Oh, there's nothing to be done. Let's fall asleep. So what happens when one part of the mind is feeling sleepy? The guy who is watching that also, oh, there's nothing. Let's fall asleep. Just keep, and that's the reason I said when it's happening. If you're feeling sleepy, push that sleep away. What happens is in the yoga forest, in the Bhava Pratyaya Vritti, sleep is a vritti. It's a wave that embraces the feeling of voidness. That's what the yoga aphorism is. So what happens is that blankness is there going. There's nothing, there's no crest and there's no trough and there's just kind of flat. Everything going flat. Rouse itself.
So there's that little undercurrent of the dream that means we're asleep.
Yes, because that means it is just before you really fall asleep, those kind of dream type of images that come. They float and you just have no strength to push them away. And they just float. They float out. So you got to stay there, nothing to it. And then when you are concentrating, all these kind of other images and all will leave you. And you will be focusing only on the object of meditation. So it's a tremendous, you can say, it needs tremendous strength. Like yesterday I was saying, it's not a passive state. Like I give you an example. If I have to lift this thing up, I can, but keep it lifted for 1 hour? No. So meditation initially is you have to exert yourself using that willpower. And when you exert, keep on exerting, that willpower keeps on growing. It's not a passive, I sit down quietly and close my eyes and that's meditation. No. Closing eyes and sitting quietly is not meditation. It is rousing one's willpower to still the mind. The sitting quietly is an aid. You don't want any kind of. So it's an exercise of the one's willpower, and that willpower is a mind, power of the mind. So hold it and stop it. And this is what it is. So whenever you're feeling a kind of those lazy thoughts coming in from underground, push it up. Repeat the mantra so clearly that is not audible. It should be heard by you. It should reverberate within you. And the object of meditation should appear luminous. So all those lazy thoughts will just disappear. Okay. Now time for our sister Jyoti to take us through a few exercises. Go ahead.
Perfect. I
Yeah.
want to include the people online.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm gonna figure out. Can you aim that? Will?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, this is very simple. You can either do these movements seated or standing. And the first thing we're gonna do is practice a very important technique in yoga, and it helps to balance our vata, which is the air and ether quality of our being. And by doing that, that helps to calm the nervous system. So first, we're just going to watch the breath as we did with the Swami. We'll start seated and then I'll give an opportunity for you to stand and do some of these movements. So first, just sit up straight as you did with Swami in meditation. Let your eyes be open, because as we do these movements, let them be soft, like you are doing an open eyes meditation. So let the gaze be soft and just bring your attention to your breath. Now we're going to coordinate movement with breath. So breathe out. As you breathe in, just gently lift your arms forward and up. Coordinate the movement, and as you breathe out, lower your arms forward and back. Do that with your breath. Continue with your breath. You may get at a different pace from your neighbor, and that is normal. Once you get the hang of that, try to synchronize your breath so that the inhale finishes when your arms get up and the exhale finishes when your arms come beside your hips or your legs. So you're focusing on that breath movement synchronization. Very good. When you lower your arms next time, pause. And those who wish to come to standing, please come to standing. You can do these movements seated as well. So it is your choice as to what is best for your body. Now, we're going to just lift up our heels off the floor, and you might tiptoe around a little bit, and then lower them down and try to control the descent so they don't drop right down fast. You try to, and you do it also in a seated position, same thing. You're focusing on your ankles and controlling their descent. Good. Begin to coordinate movement with your breath with these movements. As you inhale, your heels come up. And as you exhale, your heels go down. And repeat. Keeping your eyes open will help you with balance on this one. Again, synchronize your ascent and descent so that as the breath, the inhale finishes, you're at the top. And as the exhale finishes, your heels just then touch down, not before. If balance is a little challenging for you, feel free to reach out and touch the chair in front of you for stability. Now, when you feel ready, on an inhale, we'll raise arms and heels simultaneously. And we'll lower them simultaneously. Focus on your breath and coordinating the movement with your breath. Very good. Now, when we lower down, we're going to chant Om. Breathe in, come up. Breathe out. Om. Last time. Sit for pause. Feel free to close your eyes and notice how you feel. Notice any movement of energy in your body. And we'll now do a little bit of a brief vinyasa, which we will build on this afternoon. So we'll coordinate movement and breath again. Should bring Lori up here because she knows this vinyasa. So what I'd like for us to do, if you can kind of go forward and back so that you have room to just extend your arms a little bit and do like a little helicopter. And it's okay if you touch your neighbor. It's okay. It's not gonna, be a bad thing. Yeah, that's it. If some of you might step forward or back, that's right. It's good to be touched. Now release your arms down, so you've got your placement now. You know where to be. Oh, good, you're having fun. All right, now bring your attention to your breath again.
Yeah, be careful of the camera. Okay.
Breathe out.
Yeah.
And in. Breathe out. As you breathe in, bring your hands into Namaste position. As you breathe out, create a Yoni Mudra, which is a downward pointing triangle. As you breathe in, turn your palms out, raise your arms up, and look up. As you breathe out, interlock your fingers, turn the palms to the sky, and lower the chin toward the chest. As you inhale, raise your heels. Look at the floor, that'll help you with balance. And as you exhale, lower them slowly with control. On your next inhale, stretch your spine. And as you exhale, side bend to your right side. Inhale up, to neutral, and exhale to the left. Inhale neutral, and as you exhale, lower your arms down. Breathe in, namaste. Breathe out, yoni mudra. Breathe in, upward salute, palms out, arms up, look up. Breathe out, reverse palm lock. Fingers are interlaced and your thumb tips and pinky tips touch. It is a mudra. Lower the chin to the chest. As you breathe in, lift your heels. And as you breathe out, lower them slowly with control. As you breathe in, stretch your spine. And as you breathe out, side bend to your right. Inhale center and exhale left. Inhale center, we're adding on this time. Exhale, twist right and look up at your hands. Inhale center and bring your chin level. So bring your head neutral. And then exhale to the other side and look up at your hands. Inhale center, chin level. Exhale, lower your arms halfway, and you can bend your elbows a bit. Inhale, turn your palms up. You can take Jnana Mudra if you wish to. And then as you exhale, twist to your right and look at your right hand. Inhale, center. And exhale, twist left. Look at your left hand. Inhale, center. And as you exhale, lower your hands down. Feel free to take a seat and observe how you feel. You can remain standing or seated, but simply observe the quality of your mind. This is part of a vinyasa, which is postures linked together with breath. That's what that word means. And we'll build on it this evening. And one of the things that helps to balance vata, that air and ether quality of our being, is repeating something that is familiar. So you're familiar and we'll build on it this afternoon and do a bit more. I return you to
Thank you.
Swami. Thank you
Oh,
for
wonderful.
the privilege, Swami.
Yeah.
Thank you. So lunch will be ready at 12:30. Those girls are in there heating everything up.
Oh, good, yeah.
Yeah. And we have a lot of wonderful food in here too.
Is there room for one question? One.
Yeah.
In Bhagavad Gita,
Yeah, we bring a student here.
second chapter,
Yes.
Bhagavad Gita. Is it Samatvam Yoga Uchyate? Can you enlighten something about Samatva or exactly and how?
Yeah.
Is it balancing, not overdoing, versus under?
What is samatva? It's a balance. So balance. And again, in the same Bhagavad Gita, yoga karmas to kausala. So yoga is skill in action. This is speaking about in the very, you can say, different from what Patanjali says. You know, what is yoga and all? So here he says, skillfulness in action is yoga. So he is talking about because the chapter is on karma yoga. So when you pay attention and you do something skillfully, your mind is concentrated, you're alert and all these things. So that is the form of yoga. When you balanced yourself, like that pravritti and nivritti is circling forward. When you balance yourself, that is yoga. So keeping your mind not in pulled by this dual nature of the world. Everything is duality, you know. Sometimes we go this side and sometimes we are tossed in the other side. To keep yourself balanced is samatva, samatvam, equipoise is yoga. So there in the Bhagavad Gita, it's spoken of, yoga is spoken of in the widest sense. And I said yesterday, because the question was, what is the meaning of yoga? There are two meanings of yoga. One is concentration, yoga samadho, so concentration. And the other is to connect, to get yoked, your yoke. So these are the two meanings. So in the Bhagavad Gita, every chapter is a yoga. Even Arjuna's distress is yoga. Because these are the questions that have come up to him. What is this? What is duty and what is morality and what is... He is distressed. So that also is one form of yoga. So actually, we can use both in our daily life. Sometimes.
So could you interpret in the way yoga is pulling together all your energy, your expertise, everything, putting in one basket.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfection. Yoga is the skillfulness in action and all these things. Is just you're doing your task or work perfectly. You're gathering up your energy. Otherwise, Swami Vivekananda uses the word frittering away energies on the lower plane. So you don't fritter away, you coalesce them, you harness them. And then that will open higher and higher centers of consciousness. So if you don't have energy to move upward, so how do you do that? First, you start collecting. You know, one time, Sri Ramakrishna scolded Swami Vivekananda. They were meditating, and then he's saying Swami Abhedananda was sitting beside him, saying, so he told Swami Abhedananda, touch my knee. And then there was so much energy in Swami Vivekananda that Swami Abhedananda's hands began vibrating. So, and then later on, Sri Ramakrishna said, what? You are spending it even before even collecting everything around. Saying that is the other disciple, Swami Abhedananda. Thank God, not much harm has been done. Because that energy changes the mind, changes the outlook for this or that, whatever. So if a person has got a predominant attitude of knowledge yoga, so that person will inject another person who has devotional yoga and kind of influence. So you have to be careful. So he's saying you are spending it even before you've collected anything. So it is we are constantly transferring energy in the form of tanmatras. There are subtle, these are very subtle kind of particles of energy. This is spoken of in various places like auras. We have an aura. Everybody has an aura. There are some who are angry, they have a red aura. There are some who are very peaceful, they have a blue aura. There are some who are murderous, always kind of feeling hate, breaking things and this and that, they have a blackish aura. And there are some who are very spiritual, they have a violet colored aura. And there are some who are very magnanimous, charitable, they have a golden aura. And there are some who are jealous, spiteful, they have a green aura. The green with envy, and they got that right. So it depends on your state of mind. One color will be predominant, but then so this can be seen. These can be seen by yogis. Now there are some certain animals also they can detect. Yeah. They're not seeing it, they are seeing it, experiencing, but in a kind of a extra sensory way. So we are surrounded. That is the kind of residue of the energies that are in our body. So, and then those who are very pure and white, they have a kind of that white aura, the pure ones. So generally, so people who are spiritual have a violet aura. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a spectrum. So we all have our own moods and they color our aura. But what I'm trying to get is this is bodies, energies, they flow in these channels. They are called the nadis. Yeah. These are subtle, they are called astral tubes. That's a better way. Okay. And the word nadi means vibration, sound. Vibration. So every vibration has a sound. So you can hear this sound. So I was telling that gentleman, like you will hear the sounds within you. That's the sound of the energy flowing within you, the prana energies. Very interesting.
Yeah.
But then don't go for all that. There are people who make a business out of it. And then they will say you can wear this kind of gemstone or this bracelet or that colored clothes. People have been, it helps you in enhancing your aura, the type of clothes, and the choice of clothes, and this and that. The color of the food also, fruits, so everything that goes to kind of bring out that energy in the man. Swami Vivekananda said there were people who used to live only under certain colored lights, wear certain colored clothes, eat certain colored fruits, whatever food or whatever. Yeah. It is now becoming very popular as chromotherapy. Oh yeah. Like aromatherapy also is like smell different types of and get into that particular mood. But chromotherapy is now getting very popular. So so many types of therapies. But it's an ancient practice, and it was known that thoughts also are colored. So if your aura is colored, thoughts also are colored. So if there are some thoughts which are white and sometimes blue and sometimes red, you can see the vibrations. Probably we can say thoughts are things. They travel far. Yes. So there is a thing. Be careful what you think. It's like we have a cell phone and then how does it ring? Any person who does not have not seen telephones or cell phones, or they don't know anything about the wireless, for them they'll be, what is this magic? Amazing! What's happened suddenly? But these are invisible kind of you can say vibrations that are entering. So thoughts also are something like that. These are not visible to us. They travel far. If that can travel far, even the thoughts can travel. And of course, what you said will come back to you. Sometimes what happens is they vibrate with some similar thoughts. It's like a boomerang. They take a boomerang, throw it, and then it comes back to you. Only in this case, it meets a few other boomerangs on the way. And instead of one coming back, 10 come back. And you're slammed 10 times. So they vibrate on that same frequency, your thoughts, and they get either stronger or weaker. So good thoughts, when they are released here from you, they get out, they're emitted, they combine with all the good thoughts in the atmosphere and they come back to you. Similarly, bad thoughts or evil thoughts, thoughts of this and that, they also go out and they join to other similar thoughts and they come back to you. That's why you see, if a person starts doing good, that person progressively becomes better and better and better. If a person keeps on doing evil, that person you'll see getting worse and worse and worse. What happens is all the other thoughts become compressed in that thought. So this whole world of the mind, because morning we are talking about there's one mind from the cosmic mind, and our individual minds are small whirlpools. So we are in actual communication all the time. We may be living alone. That's why I tell people say, I'm feeling so lonely. But you are connected to the whole world. Yeah. As a community, of course, we are connected to this, but we are more intimately connected to each other in our minds. So why should you feel lonely? Yeah, but then people are. This mind element is very large. So this gives us hope. We talk about humanity is one and the world is one. Yeah, the mind is one and we are one. So these principles, if they are kind of followed even by a few people, they can change the way we look at other people and the world also outside. Yeah. Now you cannot say that there is no mind anywhere. Now you find there's a mind in insects also, and birds also, and plants also, and trees also. Yes. You don't need a nervous system like us. The mind does not need a nervous system to manifest itself. Maybe in the octopus, they have also a nervous system, but they are also there. You cannot call them they are just mindless things. No. The principle is wherever there's life, there is a mind. If this is understood, now there is life in the trees also, plants also, there has to be a mind. Very interesting, because in the Sankhya philosophy, the yoga philosophy is based on the Sankhya philosophy, one of the oldest philosophies. So the first evolute of nature is called the cosmic mind. So we have all come out from the mind. In Western theology, or not theology, philosophy, the mind emerges from matter. The firing of the neurons gives rise to something called the mind. This is the philosophy of mind. The mind rises from matter. Matter has evolved and evolved and evolved for billions and millions of years, and then now we have something called the mind. But this is one fundamental difference between the Eastern and the Western philosophies. So, in Eastern philosophies, they say everything has emerged from the mind. Everything, including matter. Yes, including matter, has come from the mind.
So mind over matter.
Yeah. And they say matter itself is an illusion. There is no such thing as matter. Try to define what matter is.
So it is a semantic when we say consciousness and mind is a, but they say our scriptures say mind is also part of the matter.
Yeah, yeah. The matter is part of the mind. Put it like that. So there is something called, in Sankhya philosophy, there are two ultimate categories called a Purusha and Prakriti. This Prakriti is nature. The first evolute of nature is the cosmic mind. From the cosmic mind comes the cosmic eye. And from the cosmic eye has descended everything. Matters, the pranas, the vital forces, the sense organs, everything. This is the Purusha, the consciousness aspect. Now, how does it? So it happens like this. Suppose this feeling. In front of a mirror, you take a red rose. What happens? That red rose is reflected in the mirror. So, and the mirror is like a foolish. Like, I'm a red rose. That is bondage. The mirror is that consciousness. A mirror is a Purusha. And Prakriti, that's nature, is like that red rose. And the foolish fellow thinks, I'm red, I'm a red rose. Then nature will bring a yellow rose. And you say, oh, I'm a yellow rose. And then you bring a black rose. So nature is throwing out all these pictures. And consciousness thinks, I am all these pictures. Yoga is Kaivalya, when the idea of this is separate from this. That is called, in yoga philosophy and Sankhya, they don't call it moksha, they call it Kaivalya, isolation. That is, the consciousness is not isolated from nature. So nature cannot throw any more images on that consciousness. Okay. The consciousness is a foolish fellow. I'm a human being. I'm a dinosaur. I'm a bacteria. I'm a stupid fellow. And that is what? Why? There's something called ignorance. But anyway, so what happens is that consciousness now thinks, I am this, I am that, I'm fat, I'm thin, I'm tall, I'm long, I'm this. That's nature's work. Nature is like, in this, these mechanical toys, you kind of, or remote control toys, they can go on their own. When we were little, we were saying, oh, look at that teddy bear running about. Teddy bears have been, in old days we had those kind of, the winding toys. Nowadays we have batteries.
But Swami, if that is the case, because normally we say that it is the consciousness that gives all that sentiency to the nature.
Exactly.
But if this is the opposite way, so how do we explain that?
So
They explain it. Yeah, it's not only one way. There are two ways. So they give another example. Some people are the blind man and a lame man.
Yeah.
Okay. So the one person is blind. So that person has to go to one place. How does he go? So he meets another, you can say, person. And so that person has eyes. So what he does is, yeah, I'll carry you, you be my eyes. Okay, yeah, let's go. And both of them reach the destination. So similarly, consciousness, and there is a kind of a consciousness throws its light on nature, it becomes enlivened, and nature throws its images on consciousness, and they are kind of mixed.
So it's a mutual.
Oh yeah, always.
So all of that consciousness has a sense of I?
Not in that pure consciousness,
So like, does a tree or have an eye?
Yes.
So, but what about something we would call, like a rock that we think is generally not living?
What you call rock will one day become
Be a tree.
Yeah, it will disintegrate, become clay, and then be absorbed by a tree. Yeah? So this is always kind of sentient and insentient. What we call as it's constantly living and non-living. That's why the whole planet Earth is considered living. Now, even in ordinary clay and mud and dirt, there are millions and billions of bacteria. So, what you call as just
Like, where's the line of demarcation? Basically?
exactly. So this transition is going on constantly. You take a cell, one small cell from your body or your skin, and put it in a petri dish, and put some nutrients in it. It's happy. Try to kill it, it will try to run away. Is that me? Yes, that's you. That was you. Every cell has a sense of individuality. Isn't it? So what is the I? It has gone down to the very deepest, you can say, fundamental cell, and even down that below. Everything is I. So I am a collection of many I's, which is you then. Yesterday we were discussing, you remember? There are certain beings with a very limited sense of I. What they do is they combine with the similar kinds of them. So an ant colony. Now you remember ant colony. Ants is small with a small sense of I. But when they combine with others, they divide their work. They know what has to be done, how to build an ant hill. We have got everything together. So it has become a group consciousness, a community consciousness. Even in our body, all individual consciousness in the trillions of cells have given rise to something called When I say I am voicing my trillions and trillions of cells because they cannot say I. That's there. So this I is everywhere. And that's what they say. So it has come from the first evolute, as I said, from nature is it's called avyakta, unmanifest. Like it has not formed completely. Then the first manifest entity is the cosmic mind. From the cosmic mind comes the cosmic I.
Which that I seems like it's infinitely divisible, like there is no bottom smallest.
Oh yeah, it's like that. Like you said, the one becomes the many.
Yeah.
The same.
And that's why they'll never find actual matter.
You try to find where this I is within your body, you will not be able to find it. It is here, it is there, it's everywhere. Yeah. Try to find it.
It's 12:35.
Thank you very much. I hope you're all hungry. Please come for lunch. And yes, eat well.
We have small announcement. We have 2 books written by Swamiji. And would you like to speak a little bit about these 2 books, Maharaj?
I recommended that encountering the memory self. That is what. So you could get all the dreams and memories and all. And the other is ancient sages, which are all the ancient, you can say, rishis, which are not known popularly. So it's kind of a brief outline from the literature. So you could help the center by buying these things. Thank you. Yeah. Because there was a time when I was in my late 40s, I was forgetting things. So what? How can I forget things? Then I was thinking, what is amnesia? And then searching, part of memory is also is a part of forgetting also is connected. It's an important factor in memory formation. To forget also is important. If you remember everything, you're in for a big trouble.
How do you consciously forget?
You're conscious. It's part of the
Vedantic.
So you read a book.
What you say makes me of that shloka in Bhagavad Gita.
Matta smriti jnana mapohanam cha. From me arises
both
knowledge
and
and forgetfulness. Yeah.
so interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Swamiji, then why we forget more in the old age? Why not?
Oh, that's because
We are based on balancing more in the old age.
it is use it or choose it.
Okay.
You're not using it, so you lose it. And then some of the neurons, the connections, they are not being fired completely. So you're losing nerve cells, neurons as you age. So there's a cell senescence also. The cells also become old.
Yes. Setting up.
Yes.
Natural process.
Just like you can eat.
Excuse me, somebody from the Zoom. This is Kamalaksha. What time are we regrouping post lunch?
We should be coming back around 1:45.
1:45. Okay, I'll
Yes.
be back on the Zoom. Thank you so much.
Maharaj, you'll be back around 1:45, right?
We'll make an announcement. 1.5 hours today.
Okay, 1.5 hours. Okay. So you are going to be back at 2?
Okay. All right, I'll dial in the Zoom. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So, yeah, when Jyoti does a demo, you have that's why I was at 3, Sister Jyoti will give us another practical demonstration. No, no, she'll come. Morning session we spoke about, these two forces, that which disperses out and that which counters that dispersal and brings us in, called pravritti and nivritti. That is, vritti is movement. So that's why any movement in the mind also is called a vritti. It's literally whirlpool. It means whenever you think there's a kind of a small eddy, a whirlpool goes out and comes. So we've been talking about the mind and all these things. Our personality is made up of 3 bodies. 3 bodies. Yes, we have 3. We have this physical body that we all see, etc. Then we have a subtle body. And then we have a causal body. 3, yeah. So the physical body is known to us. I mean, from outside, of course. A doctor will tell you what is inside also, so many things are there. That's the physical body. It's a beautiful machine, tailored to almost perfection. Everything works so well. It is so intelligent, remarkable. It is a collection of many systems together, all working together. The immune system, the circulatory system, and the respiratory system, and so all these things keep everything. So the problem is when you interfere with it, then it goes wrong. On its own, it is fantastic. This body, of course, like every other thing, is a product of certain laws of nature. These laws of nature are called, one part of the laws of nature are called the laws of karma. Anything that moves, which has a consequence, is the laws of karma. Anything that moves. So like there are the physical laws. They are also considered as part of the laws of karma. So this we can understand because this body is intimately connected with this external world. In fact, the external world, we can say, and the body are made of the same material. Otherwise, you would not have been able to eat all that beautiful food and survive. These were external things, but now they have become us, not even internal, they have become us. Yes. So if it was a kind of a foreign thing, then we would not have been able to survive. So the body rises from nature, dissolves in nature. But what about the subtle body? Now that is your real personality. You mean real? This is real? Yeah. Now this is the subtle body. What do you mean by subtle body? The subtle body, like this is Vedanta is called a gross body. It's gross, it's physical, it's tangible. The subtle body is not tangible. You cannot catch it and hold it. You can, in the higher states of yoga, you can hold it. But generally, it is within us. Of course, it has to be within us. And it is subtle because it is made of materials. Like this body is made of materials. The mind also, the subtle body also is made of materials. But because it is very fine, it will persist for a very, very, very long time. Now, this subtle body has no form. It's like water. You, in whatever vessel or container you pour water, it will take that. Now, we are in this form, so the mind will, the subtle body will take this form. It has 19 components. Wow! You thought this was, yeah, simple thing like that. So we have the 5 vital forces, the 5 knowledge organs, the 5 or sensory organs, 5 motor organs. That makes 15. Mind, intelligence, memory, and the sense of I. These are the 19 years. All these are within the subtle body. So the 5 vital forces, it's actually one, but it has 5 functions. That's why it's called 5. I won't burden you with the Sanskrit. Prana, Apana, Vyana, Udana, Samana. But it takes care of all the functions. It enlivens everything. It makes this matter habitable, livable. So that in the 5 sensory organs and the 5 motor organs. Now, where are they? These are the external apertures or the external instruments. The real sensory organs are within the subtle body. So these are movements and sensations. So in our bodies and in everything that enters in has to be translated into actions. As I said, every thought becomes embodied in time. If the thought does not get embodied, then it's just a fancy. Generally, it is. So that's why we have a sensory system and a motor system. We have to able to work out the thought. So that is it. So then we have the mind, intelligence, the sense of I, and the memory. See, these are the 9 components of the subtle body. And because it's called subtle, all these things are also very subtle. And then we have another one, which is called the causal body. So it's something physical, then subtle, and the causal. Causal is the root. So generally, in the it's demarcated thus. In the waking state, the physical body is more dominant. In the dream state, the subtle body is kind of more or less perceived impression of it. And in the deep sleep state, we enter into something called the causal body. Deep, we don't have no perception. Everything merges there. And everything merges there and emerges out from there. That's why it's called the cause. The cause of this is that. So it emerges from there and then again emerges back. So we have these 3 bodies. And behind all this is the individual soul or individual consciousness. Soul, yeah, soul has many kind of soul music and soul food, and soul mate, and all these kind of things. So, individual consciousness. When we practice yoga, since we can't go straight into the subtle aspects of ourselves, we need to take the help of the physical body. That is where certain exercises like that we've been trying to kind of practice for the last 1.5 days to enter into the subtle body through the physical body or the gross body. Enter it and make inroads deeper and deeper and deeper. Hold the subtle body into, as I say, compliance with your meditation, and then get to a point where you can leap over the causal body. You don't enter into that. There are meditations. In very ancient times, there were these meditations to enter into that causal bodies. But we are not interested in that. We just, and then go to the, this body, this physical body has a time, a place. It arises. So it's like happy birthday. Oh, so and so day and so and so time. Right? It has a time and a space. Right? Whenever you say time, space also, it means also space. Things happen in time and in space. You cannot have something happening in time and without space. Or you cannot have a thing happening in space and without time. So this was known long time ago by these ancient sages. Desh, Kala, Nimitta. Desh, Kala is one. That's what now we call it the 4th dimension. And we have the other 3 dimensions. But in the ancient literature, they don't call it dimension, 4th and 3rd and 5th. They call it a continuum of the same thing. Time, space, and causation. causation, the laws of cause and effect, which covers everything, that the physical laws, the chemical laws, biological laws, every other thing is nothing but laws of causation. Wherever the laws of causation take place, and obvious, it has to be within time and in space. So these time and space gives rise to these laws, or these laws give rise to time and space. Either way, but it is one. There are no separate divisions there. Divisions are kind of just ideal in the sense of to kind of understand, oh, this is one category, and this is the second category, and this is the third category. So all these things are playing out on this physical level as well as in the subtle level also. In the subtle level, we have a subtle body. So all of us have subtle bodies. All of us. And it is this subtle body, which is also material, but which travels place to place to place to place. Now we won't go into the other doctrines, the allied doctrines. What I want to emphasize here is when we are doing yoga and meditation, we are actually trying to manipulate the subtle body, not the physical body. Yeah. Now evil tell us, no, that's not yoga. Yoga is like, you breathe and do these exercises. Yes, they are required to get your physical body aligned, attuned, and then you can enter it. So the higher yoga aspects is trying to control the subtle body. And if you can do that, then you are a great yogi. If you cannot do that, you are a little yogi. When we sit down to meditate, we must have a clear kind of cut idea. What happens is when your physical body is still not moving, all the energies flow very evenly. And the idea is when the energies are flowing very evenly up and down, it's kind of a battery. The flow of energy, circuit is kind of, our bodies are but batteries. Do you know that? Yeah. Every cell is a battery. It has a positive and negative pole. Doctor will tell you. Everything is chemical energy. It's nothing but we are electricity. Now this electricity has to flow in a rhythm. And when you can have that rhythm, now either you do it by some physical exercises, like in the sense like this morning we had Sister Jyoti doing, breathe this, that, it's good. Or you can do it through breath work. Because breath has a kind of a controlling motion over everything else. It's like the flywheel. If you can get hold of that flywheel, then that, like the flywheel, the movements through gears are transferred to smaller and smaller and smaller parts. Because nowadays we don't have flywheels. In the old days we had these flywheels. So it's like a big motor, and then it's transferred down to smaller and smaller. Smallish parts are getting that movement because of that big initial movement. Now, as the movement of that energy flows, because as I say, you're not supposed to make noise. I'm making just for your benefit.
Thanks.
Hold it. Now what happens is that movement, the breathing is kind of automatic. Make it conscious and make it elongated and break that movement into 3 sections: the inhalation, the retention, and the exhalation. So the entire movement is broken into 3 parts so that you can get a control over it. So they say inhale 8 times. Okay. Hold 4 times, 4 minutes or 4 seconds, and exhale 16 seconds. This is one of the few, you can say, ratios that are given. The idea is to break the movement into parts where they can be manipulated, controlled. So now you have the energy which is flowing under your control through breath work. The idea is that you will turn the pump on and off according to your breath. So it is now come under your control. So all the electricity also is now under your control, more or less. What happens is, by doing that, you, as it were, are becoming a battery of will. We spoke about willpower, and how you have to increase the willpower, and this willpower has to. This is how. Make all the energy flow in a stream up and down. You know, in acupuncture and acupressure and other kind of these alternate medicines, they have these. I had gone to one acupuncturist. I had a problem there on my toe, on my foot, and the guy is poking needles here. But I said the pain is there. I know. Of course, I knew. I was just kidding with him. He's putting these needles out here. So I know it's all connected. They are called meridians. So they flow. So they come out from here, they go out here, they circle out here, come out on the other side. So they are the channels of prana or the channels of chi. Chi.
Is that what Tai Chi?
Yeah, that's why the Tai Chi. Through certain movements, you can make the chi also flow. Okay. Yeah, like you are like trying to pet a swan. You make that movement like a swan. So it's a long topic, but the idea is to make the energy flow into a rhythm. So you can do that through your breath work. Once this is there, then you have become a kind of a big battery, a battery of will. This is extremely necessary for the practice of meditation. Without this, it's just impossible to meditate. Otherwise, oh Swami, my mind is very restless. Yeah. You've not taken care of those steps first. The mind will go, I've been meditating for 10 years and 20 years. There are some people, I've been here for the last 30 years, I've been meditating. We know what's a meditation. So once this is understood, then you can go about it intelligently. You know what has to be manipulated where to get you that same amount of time and energy that you have put inside can give you now the greatest or the optimum results. That is what we need to. So this vital forces, like your physical body is here, your subtle body is here, and then we have this vital energy also. It is like a kind of a connecting link between the body and the subtle body, or the mind and the body. This is the connecting link. So once the body is still, you're manipulating the energies, like the vital forces. It has a direct effect on the mind. It's very easy then to control the subtle body, the mind. Yes. So since the body is this like gross physical, the mind is subtle, mind is subtle body. The connecting link is prana body. Connects both these. So we have entered from the physical body, entered into the breath work, the subtle connection between this, and then from there get into the subtle body, the mind. That is how you enter into the. There are some who will go straight, but I have not met such people. And it's almost impossible. Okay. In the books, in the spiritual literature, we read about such people who don't need to do all these kind of things. They go straight there. But for the rest of us, 99.99% of us, we need to go through this. And it's a good thing. Like I said, it's a journey. And this, and as you enter into the first thing you encounter is the subtle body is made out of subtle material first. You must understand what material is it. If it's a body, it has dimensions. It may be amorphous, but it has certain kind of existence. It exists in time and space. So you are entering into, and it has, as we have discussed, it has various colors. Now let's not go in get into the colorful talk. But the subtle body is full of memories, so many memories. They are all kind of, when I first came to the US, I was looking at everywhere you see graffiti. You go there, you go there. So it's a nice place and they kind of do marred graffiti. The subtle body also is like that. You have come and done something, but you don't realize, but you left behind a telltale mark for the graffiti. So the subtle body is full of those kind of. Yeah, come in. Oh, almost there. So so your perception by now has become very subtle. You can read what you have written on the slate of your mind. You've forgotten it, but no, it's there. You have not forgotten. It's submerged under so many other ravings and rantings also, and besides the nice things also. So you will be able to, don't waste your time trying to erase them or trying to whitewash them. No, let it be. You cut your way through them. That is yoga. Because if you're trying to whitewash them or trying to erase them, it will be a hell of a time. It will be a waste of time also. It will take such a long time because that subtle body is teeming with your old writings. Oh yeah, so yoga is, that's why they say at that point you have to see yourself in the eye. Yeah, I have done all these things. I am responsible. Nobody has to be blamed for all these things. Now, what I have made, I can unmake. I will disable them. I'm going to cut my way through this forest or the networks I've created. And what is the instrument? How do I cut it? Concentration. It's just one pointed concentration. That acts like a cutting tool. Cuts. And as I said, now you have an instrument, concentration. And then you have beyond that instrument, that battery. The whole battery, the power pack. And it is cutting slowly and slowly. And as you cut your way through, don't bother what you see or what you hear and all these things. Fix your gaze to what has to be attained. And at one point of time, as you're doing the cutting and going through, you will find yourself being drawn in, pulled slowly. This is called, again, the grace of God. You know, Sri Ramakrishna used to say, if you take one step towards God, God takes 10 steps towards you. So this is grace. You are. Why didn't grace pull me out from the beginnings only? And why didn't grace make me go through all these things? Now, you don't have to bother about that. Once you are at it, like Bhagwan Buddha says, the person is hit by an arrow. Now, that person is not going to ask, who shot that arrow? Is it a friendly fire or it's an enemy? Is it poisonous or not? How deep is it? That guy will be foolish to keep on deliberating instead of pulling out the arrow. Right? So, try to pull that arrow out. Similarly, why did I say that? Why did I do that? Yoga is very clear. Whatever has been done is done. Done. Don't regret it. Don't apologize for it. It's over. Now, what do you want? Disable the whole thing. Otherwise, that was a mistake. And that was no moping about. You got to be strong. Hew your way through. So that's the reason why they say, now don't get into philosophy. Just cut your way through. Oh, we still have a couple of minutes. So I'll give you another example of grace. not example, but a story. There are these small birds. In those days they called it tick-tree birds. Small kind of sparrow-like birds. And the mother had laid eggs on the shore. And the sea, with its waves, comes and washes those eggs. So the birds are flying about. Hey, please return my eggs. And the ocean is laughing. What do you want? They are just swallowed them up. So what the birds do, both the male and female, they take a long thin straw in their beaks, fly over the ocean, dip it in the water, in the seawater, come to the shore and shake the straw with a few drops of water, and they're flying back. We are going to empty till you don't return, if you don't return the eggs. And the ocean is, look at this. How ridiculous can it be? So it is, they are going out whole day. In the evening, the vehicle of Vishnu is called a Garuda. Indonesian airline is called a Garuda airline. Anyway, Garuda. So it is a big bird. And it has its kind of power also because it's Vishnu's vehicle. So it sees these small birds of the same class, you see. Then it sees what they are doing and it understands quickly. So it descends and it starts flapping its mighty wings over the ocean. Say, I'm going to try you. And the ocean gets frightened. No, please. I'm going to try. Return the eggs. Yes, okay. But the ocean returns those eggs. And the birds are happy and everybody is happy. And so you have to begin the effort. It might seem unending. What? I have to cut my way through all this kind of huge, insurmountable, you can see difficulties, obstacles. But you start. And as you start, grace enters. And that takes care of the entire effort. What is the evidence? You will be the evidence. You will be the proof. You will see that as you begin, you start hewing your way through, you will find you are moving super fast, kind of lifted up. Okay. Just lift it up. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. One of my friends, monk of course, you're doing a circumambulatory pilgrimage around the sacred river Narmada. And he was doing it the traditional way, barefoot, without carrying anything, no food, no medicines, no extra pair of clothes, maybe a toothbrush, that's all. Nothing. And he's walking. And then his feet and everything was lacerated because he got to walk through sharp stone. And it's nightfall. So he's saying, oh, stupid, I should have worn a pair of shoes at least, some footwear. And because he was now hobbling around, he couldn't just. And then, in the middle of nowhere, as he was hobbling about, it was dusk. He saw many pairs of shoes, innumerable pairs. It's like a whole shop of shoes there. And he see, I was kind of grumbling, not depending on the Divine Mother. and saying I should have worn a pair of shoes, something like that. And mother showed me, look, see, you want pairs? Take one. He never touched even one pair. He apologized because that's the river is considered the goddess. So he goes, and then it's evening, is nightfall, and that place has many bears and leopards and even tigers. It's a kind of thing. Now there's a patch of, you can say, forest. If he gets stuck in that, gone. Who knows, he might be eaten up. Then he's praying and praying and praying. He's hobbling about slowly. It's getting dark and he's hobbling on. He's praying and praying and praying and praying. And suddenly he finds himself, he has cleared the forest, the last of the trees, and comes up. And it's now nightfall. And then, what? He looked round back, said, that was not a small patch of forest, that was a big patch of forest. As if something just lifted him up and took him across and brought him out of the forest. Because he knew if I would have, the way I would have hobbled to the forest, it would have taken me the entire night. And here I am. So similarly, as you are meditating, you start moving on, you will be as if lifted up and taken into the deeper realms. So the idea of impossibility becomes very slow. There is nothing is impossible.
So it means that whatever human effort we make in the beginning seems to be useless. But
not useless.
But
yeah, not use. It has to begin. You have to start.
Yeah.
God wants to see this guy is sincere or no. Just lying down. Hey, lift me up. No, it's not going to happen.
So effort has to be.
Effort has to be done. So then you are lifted and taken. Okay, it's 3 o'clock and we have Jyoti here. She's come to
Wake everybody up.
wake everybody up.
From your after lunch slump. All right. So let's start out. Thank you, Sundar.
Yeah.
Let's start out. First, just extend your legs out in front of you. We're just going to do a little gentle movement before we resume our vinyasa. All right. Press your heels forward and spread your toes wide apart.
You want a mic? Okay.
I'm pretty loud, Swami.
Mm.
And then point your feet forward so that the top of your foot gets good and stretch. Breathe in, press your heels forward and spread your toes. And as you breathe out, point your feet forward. Breathe in, press your heels forward and spread your toes. And as you breathe out, point your feet forward. Continue these movements with your breath. Look at your ankle joints. And then widen your feet about 12 inches or more apart and rotate your feet. Continue to practice a smooth, even breath. However it syncs with movement is perfect. Reverse your circles. And then extend your hands out in front of you and pretend like your fingers are rays of the sun and your palm is the sun. Radiate your fingers away from the palms. And then curl your fingers and curl the hand down so there's a little stretch in the top of the wrist. Breathe in, radiate the fingers like rays of the sun. And breathe out, curl the fingers and curl the hands. Repeat with your breath. Focus on your wrist joint. Put your eyes there, look at it. Where your attention goes is where your prana goes. And now drop your elbows down by your sides, down by your ribs. Place your hand flat so that it is in line with your forearm. I'm going to stand so you can see my hand is just flat in line with my forearm. Good. Slide just the hand. Look at your wrist and move only the wrist. Avoid moving your forearm. Look at your wrists while you do it. And your hand. Good. Breathe in as you move away from center. Breathe out as you move into center. Now turn them over and do that same motion. Breathe in as you move away from center. Breathe out as you move back into center. Looking at your wrist joints, your hands, and focusing your attention on movement and breath. Close the hands loosely, not tightly, and rotate the hands at the wrist. Continue a smooth, even breath. Reverse. And then rest your hands on your lap. Lift your face up to the sky and make sure there's a stretch in your throat. Maybe even bring your bottom teeth forward of your top. And then lower your chin to your chest, tipping your head forward. Breathe in, lift your face gently to the sky, stretch your throat. And breathe out, lower the chin towards the chest. Repeat these movements with your breath. Focus your attention on your neck and what you feel there. Relaxing the neck and shoulders as you tip the head forward. Bring the head now to neutral. Take a breath in here. As you breathe out, tip your head to the right. Let your shoulders relax down. So it's a tilting versus a twisting. And as you breathe in, bring your head back to neutral at center. And as you breathe out, tilt your head to the left. Inhale, head comes center. And with your exhale, tilt the head right. Repeat these movements at your pace, allowing the weight of the head gently traction your neck. Be very gentle, don't need to push. Making the movements as if you were moving a precious child. Next time you tilt your head left, return to center. Breathe in at center. As you breathe out, float your face to look right. So you're turning the head. Good. Breathe in, come to center. And as you breathe out, float your face to look left. Breathe in to center. Breathe out, float right. Repeat the movements with your breath. You may choose to close your eyes. It's up to you. Being gentle and loving to your neck spine. After you turn your head to the left next time, return to center and pause there. We'll repeat our palm tree vinyasa from this morning and add on. So remember, you can do it seated or standing. If you choose to stand, I hope you will if you're able, if it's available to you, just because we need to stand up after that lunch, right? Remember, either adjust with your neighbor, step forward or back, so that you can do your helicopter arms, however that may be. That's right. Excellent. And then we'll return to center once we've clarified our spacing. Relax your arms down and just gently let your, sorry, we're making sure this is adjusted properly. Just a second. Did I mess it up? Oh, no, we're fine. Very good. Bring your attention to your breath. Notice the breath. Breathe out and in. Breathing through the nose. Breathe out. As you breathe in, bring your hands into Namaste position. As you breathe out, lower your hands in Yoni Mudra, a downward pointing triangle. As you breathe in, turn your palms out, raise your arms up, and look up. As you breathe out, interlock the fingers, turn the palms to the sky, touch the thumbs to each other and the pinkies to each other. Lower the chin to the chest. As you breathe in, lift your heels. Bob. As you breathe out, lower them slowly with control. Breathing in, stretch your spine. Breathing out, side bend to your right. Breathing in to center and out to the left. Breathing in to center. Breathe out, twist right, look up at your hands. Inhale, center, chin level. Exhale, twist left, look up at your hands. Inhale, center, chin level. As you exhale, lower the arms halfway. Inhale, turn your palms up. As you exhale, twist right and look at your right hand. Inhale, center. Exhale, twist left, look at your left hand. When you inhale back to center, swoop your arms up into reverse palm lock. The interlocked fingers, palms to the sky. It is a closed hand mudra. Then on an exhale, bend your knees and sit your hips back as if you were going to sit in your chair. And it's okay if you do sit in your chair. And then on your inhale, rise back up to vertical. As you exhale, lower your hands down. Don't turn around, I'm just doing it so you can see. And interlace your fingers behind your back. As you inhale, reach your knuckles towards the earth and lift up through your heart. And then on your exhale, bend forward just part way and lift your hands up if that's available. If not, no worries. Drop your hands to your hips. Lift your chest so your back feels straight. Push into your feet and inhale up to standing. Exhale, Tadasana. Inhale, Namaste. Exhale, Yoni Mudra. Stay with your breath. Inhale, palms out, arms up, look up. Exhale, reverse palm lock, chin to chest, overhead, palms to sky. Inhale, lift the heels. Look down because you will lose your balance. Exhale, lower the heels slowly with control. Stretch your spine as you inhale and exhale, side bend right. Inhale, center, and exhale, left. Inhale, center. Twist right as you exhale and look up at your hands. Inhale, center, chin level. Exhale, twist left, look up at your hands. Inhale, center, chin level. And exhale, lower your arms partway down. Inhale, palms up. Exhale, twist right, look at your right hand. Inhale, center. Exhale, twist left, look at your left hand. Swoop your arms up into reverse palm lock as you inhale, center. Remember to avoid, don't thrust your knees forward, sit your hips back like you're going into a chair. Then inhale, push into your heels and rise up to standing. Exhale, lower your arms and interlace the fingers behind your back. This is called Yoga Mudra. Inhale, knuckles to the earth, heart to the sky. Exhale, take a bit of a forward fold, it could be half or more, and lift your hands away from your hips. Reach your knuckles to the wall behind you as you inhale. Lift the chest, rise up, using your buttock muscles to come up. Then on your exhale, either place your hand in the crook of your opposite elbow or take reverse namaste as you wish. Either one, this is a good one, crook of elbow. Inhale, elongate your spine. And as you exhale, twist right. Inhale, center, and exhale, left. Inhale, center. Lengthen your tailbone towards the earth and lift up through your heart. Exhale. Breathe in, come back to center. Breathe out, take a partial fold. Try to keep your back straight. Bending your knees if you're standing is valuable if you have delicate back. Press into your heels, inhale up to standing. Exhale, Tadasana, or standing balance. Simply pause. Notice how you feel. Swami mentioned the subtle body. Yes, I was listening in the other room. Do you feel the silence in this place, the stillness? After that vinyasa, after the breath, movement, breath synchronization. Thank you for the privilege.
Thank you.
Swami.
Thank you. That was beautiful. That was wonderful. Now we are kind of energized.
Good.
Now we are ready for some more food.
No, meditation. Meditation, then tea.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, if you can follow these stretching, these exercises, remember to synchronize them with your breath. That is the most important thing. Then what happens is your entire psychophysical being is now involved. It is now no longer just an exercise. It is now energizing you with your own energy. And then what happens? Your chakras open up to the psychic energy from outside also. Oh yes. Like for this place has got a lot of psychic energy. That's because it's a religious place. Any religious place, anywhere where people have worshipped or prayed, you open yourself up to all this energy that comes. Okay, so let's concentrate. Sit down straight, please. Yeah, do your adjustments. See your center of balance. And once you hold the pose, don't move. Close your eyes, please. Relax all your facial muscles. Breathe easy. Gaze at the tip of the nose. Don't visualize anything. Keep the tongue loose. Relax your shoulder muscles. Become aware of the entire movement of breath. From your nostrils, throat, chest, diaphragm. Be one with this movement. Look at the screen of your mind, please. And try to visualize your own face. See how all the features that you're familiar with, try to make it as distinct as possible. Try to see it in 3 dimension. Try to see it as distinctly as possible. Now open your eyes. The image's eyes, not your eyes. There on the screen of your mind, you're watching your own face. In 3D. And the image has its eyes open. First, gaze towards the right eye, please. Its open eye. Look deep within those eyes. Bring that image closer. Now switch to the left eye. Gaze at the left eye of the image. Now gaze at both the eyes. Your 2 eyes are gazing into your 2 eyes in the image. Look deep. Make a mental note of what you see in those eyes. Now shift your gaze to the center of the eyes, the eyebrows. Now at the center of the eyebrows of that mental image of yourself, visualize a flame of a candle. The flame ought to be steady and bright. Now merge your face in your face. The mental image dissolves in your face, and that flame is now between your eyebrows. Hold the image of that flame steady. There is a red part of the flame which is at the extremities. The middle part is yellow. The inner part of the flame is blue. As we've discussed earlier, the red part of the flame is the physical body. The yellow part is the subtle body. The blue part is the causal body. And the wick is that individual consciousness. Keep the flame steady and visualize the different colors as different aspects of your body and mind. Now zero in on the wick only, the small black part of the whole thing. Give your undivided attention to that wick. Thinking that it represents individual consciousness. Okay, let go of the wick, let go of the flame. Just watch that space between your eyebrows. And again, now project the image of your face on the screen of your mind. Watch your image calm and steadily. Let go of that image, please. Become aware of the movement of your breath in your body. From the nostrils to the navel. Okay, take long, deep breaths, please. Wriggle your toes and fingers. Open your eyes and stay silent for a while. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om. Sat Shri Ram Krishna. This was a process of concentration where it encapsulated what we've been speaking about, the three bodies in the individual consciousness. So the flame represents us in a way. And I had to project it outside. There are people, there are yogis who don't need to project it outside. But I'm sure you could not really visualize your own face. How many of you could? Yeah.
And I thought it's like it would just fade.
Yeah, it was fading, yeah. And that's a good sign. Yeah. We spent so much time looking at ourselves, but in our mind's image, it's very indistinct. That is the subtle one. Yes. And it's a universal phenomenon. You can't see your own face distinctly like you see it in the mirror. Yeah. So even if you do it 3D and this and that, try to bring in all, you'll never see it as distinct.
Swamiji, when you were sitting, I was thinking that I am looking to my mirror and seeing my face.
Yeah, even then, you will not be able to see it as distinct. Yeah, exactly. So because a lot of waves are moving in the mind first, it makes you think indistinct. It's like a kind of a hazy kind of outline and contours and this and that. Instead, you can see yourself, but not the way you are used to seeing it. So the important thing is like, there's another technique that you, as it were, enter into the eyes of the image. Enter into deep, go inside. In a way, you are entering into the depths of your own subtle body and reaching down to the causal body. So with two eyes, no, later on, it's binocular. We have binocular. But later it becomes kind of one. You enter in, and the two do not remain two, but remain one. Goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And as I said, keep a note of things, what you see as you enter inside. Mental note, of course. You don't come out. You will see many things as you enter deep inside. So this is one way. And then I didn't want to take you straight to the causal body and go there. So to see a flame between the eyes, because this is the part of the body which you can very easily concentrate between the eyes. So there's a chakra there. But don't do it too much, because if you're not ready for it, you might fry some of the brain cells. So that's the reason why I want it to be projected outside. So it's less dangerous. It's not dangerous, it's easier. Watch it. And then merge that face back into you while holding that image of that candle here now. And then you come, as it were, you step take a step couple of behind, and you're watching that flame here burn. Because you cannot be here and watch the flame where you are. The reason is that you keep the flame here and you take a step back. And you are somewhere in the center of your head. From there you generally we are conscious of we ourselves are here. We are not here. Our perception happens here in the cerebral cortex and all the prefrontal, whatever. That's why we think we are here. So we try to go deeper by taking a step back. There. So, and then we are watching that flame. This is one technique out of the thousands. Of course, you won't get this in a kind of a book. I put in kind of a creative packaging.
What's the
Swami,
major
Yes. Yeah.
okay, Swami, in my mind, when you describe the physical, subtle, causal bodies, it comes like, I don't know, the way I able to interpret is physical means outer appearance of my whole body.
Yeah.
The subtle body, it looks like all of my organs inside, including the heart and everything.
No.
And the causal comes to me is like what the more inside something what I can experience or imagine, something like a flame, a soul, something like that. That's where I am able to.
Okay. Try to think of the subtle body as like yesterday we did. It's just full of space.
Oh.
Yeah, just empty. Because if you are going to think of the organs like heart and kidneys and lungs and liver, they are physical yet. So as you're trying to visualize a subtle body, as is here, think of it as your body is empty inside and it's full of space. So that could be your subtle body. And the external, you can say, contours of your body outside, that can be taken as a physical body. And then as you said, okay, then you can visualize a flame.
Right.
That's a good thing. Then take that flame as the individual soul, individual consciousness.
Right.
So that can be it done. So only thing is remove all the physical organs.
I see.
And keep them in an empty space. It is called, the space is one, but it has three divisions, broad division. This is one external space, that is from here, extending from my skin outwards to all the galaxies and everywhere. That's called a great space. It's called a Maha Akash. And why? Because my body has to, as I said, be situated in time and space. So my subtle body also is made of material, subtle material, also has to be located in time and space. But this space is called the Chittakash, the space of the mind, or mind space. Okay. And then the soul is, or rather, the very essence of consciousness is called consciousness space, Chid Akash. So where is this? These two spaces are curled within each other.
Thank you.
So you got to go inside and travel. And like this space outside, the inner space, the mind space also is as large as the external space. And the consciousness space also is vast. So it's like space. The moment you say, oh, space, and we are talking about this space in the room, in this temple, is the same as that space which is outside. What has made the difference between this and that? These walls and the roof and the floor. That's all. Space is, as it were, divided, seems divided. It's not divided, it's one. So the external space is called the great space, the internal space is called the mind space. Because what happens in Vedanta, they want to bring in the idea of consciousness. It is not simply a material space anymore. You have to show all the things that are within space and space itself as consciousness. So the mind space can be called the universal mind, the cosmic mind, and then within that is hidden is that consciousness space. There we really need to reach out. So, what do you mean curled and where exactly? No, nowadays some physicists who have brought out this string theory, they say, yeah, there are 11 dimensions, 10 plus time space 11, and so each dimension is curled within another, and only the 3 dimensions are presented to us. So when I first read, these dimensions are curled within each other, then I said, oh, they're talking in the language of Vedanta. So one space is hidden within the other. But for our practical purposes, these 3 spaces are not different, but they intersect within year, you know where? In these places called the chakras or the lotuses. It is here that the great space, the mind space, and the consciousness space intersect. That is why they are called the seats of great power. It is here when the Kundalini rises, you can unravel. So the first three chakras are predominantly the great space. And as you ascend, they are predominantly the mind space. When you come up here, then the consciousness space is more dominant. The other two spaces are secondary and tertiary. And when you come up here, all the external space, great space, and the mind space have all not only curled inside, but merged inside. All. There's only consciousness space. So, in the language of the yogis, it is called lotuses. In the language of the tantras, they're called chakras. Yeah. So these chakras. That's why you've got to be very careful in how to kind of open them. The way it has been explained, the chakras, when the energy hits and then the chakras move, and the yogis say the lotuses are actually they upside down. When the energy hits them, they turn up and start blooming. So these are all symbolic representations of that these three spaces that intersecting there. They intersect and interact. That is what actually is you hold within yourself, the universe. That's why they say the microcosm is the macrocosm. So what is there in the macrocosm is now here.
Isn't it Yatha Pinde, Tatha Yatha Pinde, Tatha Brahmande? That's right.
Yeah. So this is the great mystery and this is the great secret of human life. This can be unraveled only in the human body. I'm not talking about kind of degenerating the cows and dogs and all. In this human body, it is possible for you to awaken all the chakras. Yes. So this is a great opportunity. And I say in the human body, not in all human bodies. There are some who are like, take for instance, those who are hell-bent on only creating disturbance, and those who are violent, and those who are kind of, whatever, we know that. So all human beings are not equal in the sense of there are some who are very tamasic, and there are some who are rajasic, and they are very sattvic. So in those sattvic people, it's not that it's a ironclad distinction. So this person has to transform himself into a rajasic person, and the rajasic person has to be transformed into a sattvic person, and then things become very easy. So once you have this person of sattva quality trying to open it becomes very easy. You don't need to take a sledgehammer to open those things. You can take a thin, small kind of a needle or a kind of small pencil, or if you approach them, they open up by themselves. Or by the grace of God, which is nothing but the grace of the Guru comes in.
Swami, can you comment a little bit about the Gita verse which says that Shri Krishna says no spiritual practice ever goes wasted if you don't.
Not only spiritual, nothing ever goes wasted. Nahi kalyana kritkasya durgatim tat. So that is, idea is whatever you do, because the question of Arjuna was, suppose a yogi is practicing and the yogi does not attain the final result, the goal. What happens? Is everything rent asunder like cloud being rent by a strong wind and everything dissipated? Are all those practices all just? So he said, no, nothing is ever wasted. Whatever you've done will come back to you. So there is an interim period where you take a kind of a breather. Then you come down, back into another body, and all those things will be back. Nothing is ever lost. You think, but who decides? Well, as I said, when you do something, it leaves a mark. And that vibration will seek that mark again. In the old days, we had, I think in the movies, they used to rip out a dollar bill, kind of take half and you half, and when we see each other, how do I know that you are? Check both the same dollar bill. So you send it off here, it will come back to you. Oh, there. Yeah. Okay. So it will come back to you. So whatever you've done is never lost. Then there's another verse that says that know that my devotee never perishes. Say, Kaunteya Pratijani Name Bhakta, that my devotee will never perish. Yes. So that gives us a kind of hope. I'm not going to perish. I failed this time, but I'm going to come again. No way. And besides, I have done this many times. So there's no need for kind of despondency. So therefore, you're not going to get destroyed. And whatever you have done, whatever spiritual work that you have done, is yours.
Swamiji, what is the proof of that? Is there any proof that whatever I am doing, it will be a mark or impressed somewhere and it will come back to me? Is there any
You can see it if you want to. What proof you want? I cannot show you. You can see it yourself. Do what I tell you, you'll be able to do it. Now suppose you say, what is the proof there is an atom? What is the proof there is an atom? Somebody has seen the atom. Now they have got electron microscopes and this and that. They have models. Of course, the old models of electrons running around, that's all wrong. Now there's a cloud and all that. Electron cloud. So, and there's a you can say large hadron collider, atom smasher. So there's something called the atom. But have you seen it? What's the proof? Then you ask, what's the proof? Well, you go there.
No, Swamiji, why?
No, I'll tell you. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting down to that one. I'm drawing a parallel. So you say, there is no atom and there is no all that kind of. So they will say, come and have a look at this. the cloud chamber, and then you can see the streaks of. So similarly, what's the proof? I can show you where it is. You'll have to do something. And wait. So there's a proof that is there. And they're saying, what is the proof? There are people, like suppose I say, again, I'll draw another parallel. Why do you believe there's something called Antarctica? Why do you want to believe? Have you seen it? No. But there are some others who have seen it. So you take that as evidence. This is called Shabda Praman. That is the evidence which is in the scriptures or wherever. But people who have seen it. Similarly, there are people who have seen God, who have seen this and seen that. And they have told you. Now take that as the starting point, the evidence. I may have not seen it, but this guy, he's a nice guy. He has seen it. So in Indian epistemology, not in all epistemologies, they take knowledge that has been handed down from one person to another as valid until proved invalid. So what are the proof? The proof of the pudding is in the eating.
And isn't it true that in spiritual matters, transformation of yourself is the proof?
Yeah, of course. No, that's what. No, I understand. Everybody wants to see. Want to see
change of character.
Yeah, that's a different thing. But he was. You have to make your perceptions extremely fine to see those marks that you have left. Take for instance, you have come here sitting, you whole day you are there. Okay. When you go, though some of the genetic engineers, the geneticists will come and they can find that your DNA, you have left your DNA. I have not left any DNA, I took myself, but you have left your DNA here. So what is the proof? The DNA is the proof. We saw it here. So these are still on the physical level, yet we cannot see. There is so much bacteria and microbes and all these things around here. We don't see. We only, how many people are here? Okay. But we don't see that trillions and zillions of bacteria and viruses here. So what's the proof? And suddenly I start sneezing. Hey, there, that's a proof. So only in this case, to see those marks that you have left, your perception has to become very fine to see those marks. The same laws that operate in the physical world also operate in the mystical or the subtle world. Same laws. Goes and comes. If you think it goes, and how does it? Now suppose I am doing meditation, okay, and Uma gets all the benefits of meditation. Why should I meditate then? Well, Uma does something and Sundar gets a beating.
She'll kill me.
No, entire thing break down. You got this? And this has been noted for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, a few thousands of years. That your karma does not come to me, my karma does not come to you. Each is, as it were, drawing the results of what we have done. If there is a mix-up, and that's why, I'll tell you, that's why, I'm not talking about just about the explaining in general terms. That's why in Buddhism, they say you don't need a God, because these processes are self-explanatory and self-determined. So they made karma, they dismissed God. Even Jainism, they dismissed God. We don't want, God is not a necessity for religion. Buddhism does not have a God. But later after Buddha, he went away, the guys took him only and made him a God. Yeah. Jaina also, Mahavir, after he left, stop, break all the idols, and they made an idol out of him. Yeah. What happens is, it's not an absolute necessity to have a God. The law of karma is so powerful. In fact, the entire first part of the Vedas, it's called Karma Kanda.
Yeah.
And the second part is called Jnana Kanda. That's Upanishads and all the Vedanta. They say that if you perform the sacrifice perfectly, recite the mantra perfectly, that God or goddess or deity will appear in front of you. That's the power of the mantra and the sacrifice. Karma. Is it what? Yeah, you can draw in God, the deity, not the. They made karma more powerful than all the deities. God is, it has become very good because they have fine-tuned the laws that operate. So that being said, just as an aside, in the Indian system of music, there is a ragas and the ragini. Each raga has got a presiding deity. Always. When you play it to perfection, how do you know that you've played it to perfection? That presiding deity will appear. Always. How do you know that this mantra that I have received, whatever, I have attained perfection in it? That deity will appear. That is the power of karma. It's one of the strongest things that you have been given. It has empowered you like nothing else in the universe. So, the sages say, use it wisely. And that is why saying, oh, is it? Yes. As I said, nothing is impossible in this world. But just it's a power of your karma, the power of work. So even the gods and deities are. If you're a dualist or something like that, you say, God is the giver of the results of your fruits. So if God makes a mistake, then you're going to have problems. Again, your results are going to be, then what kind of God is this? Who's going to do this? So God is like the mirror. You do something, you smile, and you see the image smiling. You frown, the image frowns. So God is like that mirror. Take that. Take it back. You're smiling? Yeah, take it back. There it is. You're grumpy? There it is. Yeah, I didn't want to get into this. It's a massive, massive, massive. There's been thought about on every level. So, but the idea is that bondage which is wrought from karma. Our bondage is like made from karma. That's karma itself can liberate you from it. To use karma to break the bondages of karma. And this is where spiritual work happens. So that's why I say, oh, I have put a noose around my neck. Take it off. Nobody's going to take that noose off your neck. You want to, you put it up, you take it up. So this is the power of karma. It has bound us, it has bind, because we have not done things with the knowledge of or the implication of what karma. Now we know that very karma is going to break all of that. So all those marks that are there, can it be removed off? Otherwise, we would have been nothing but like this chairs and tables and this. We would have been absolutely bound without any freedom of movement. Only when somebody comes, I can lift this and take it here. So every human being has a sense of responsibility and the freedom to act. That's why God has done such a beautiful system. Now don't blame me. I cannot be blamed. You have done all the mischief and you want to blame me. Sorry, I'm not in that. Yeah, that is what that makes it so interesting. Yeah, think about it. It's an interesting exercise. Okay. So, please.
Shailesh is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Swamiji. For
Yes.
coming over. Thank you, Swamiji, for coming over all the way from Seattle here. And, I think we really had a similar session for a long time. And plus Jyoti adding, the topping with the exercise and the yoga sessions. It was very nice. 2 days have gone fast. And we were planning for so long and then suddenly,
The food also was good.
Yeah, and yesterday and today, so many people coming. Usually people will come in and meditate and go and then, and Sundays we have the sessions now, but now everybody was here for 2 days, so it was very nice. And, after the pandemic, we have been trying to get people, and trying to do the hybrid thing more online also and being here. So we're trying to get more, Swamis and make the center more just go back to tradition. And so there's a lot of effort and also money involved in it, trying to get the logistics and everything. So please keep the center in your thoughts and prayers. Please do come and volunteer whatever work we need here. And also if you can donate, that's the best thing also. We have our website, where you can donate now, and Naveen and Cindy have set up beautifully. And whatever amount you can donate, please keep donating. And, this is how we will have to take the center forward. So, and hope Swamiji will also come back and he would like to, whenever he's free. And several other monks, definitely I thank Swami Satyamayananda and Swamis like you who come here and bless this center and pray for us.
Yeah, you have a kind of a nucleus. At least now invite Swamis, even Matajis in London.
Yeah.
They will come and they will talk. So,
yeah, we had Sister Rajaprana last.
Yeah. That's wonderful, yeah.
So there's still snacks?
Yeah.
Gita brought lovely snacks, so there's some very nice
So
snacks.
means your next visit, Swami.
Wow! When I am invited.
Okay. What about next weekend? You might as well just stay.
If I am invited.
Be careful what you ask for.
Yeah.
Our imagination today is your future.
Oh, that's nice. You're correct. Only like, I also have a kind of a very busy schedule. I've been able to make time because of my, we have a winter recess there. Seattle gets cold. And I thought I'll go down south and find a nice warm.
Take a further south.
Yeah, we are warmer up there, please.
This is this.
So, yeah, it is warmer, and it was, Seattle is rainy, but then today it's cleared. So we have a winter recess, and so I could take time out. And so we have a summer recess also, I can, just to keep you.
Very good.
We're like gopis on your leg.
Thank you. I was delighted to be here amongst you. I had a delightful 2 days, though it was very intense, and you could go later. I think, will this be uploaded on the?
Yes.
Yeah, we can edit it. You don't have to put all this thing also. And then people can go through, because if they want to do those exercises again.
Yeah.
Jyoti is of mine, then they can.
Yes, Cindy will always upload all the talks to
Okay,
YouTube. So
there.
it's there.
That's it.
It usually takes a week or less. So give it, it won't be there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Give it a few days.
Yeah.
Then it will be Vedanta Atlanta in that.
That's right. You go to the website and it says previous talks or something, and you click there and then you go through.
Okay, we'll finish up with the chant.
Go to YouTube, it will be there. Yeah, Vedanta.
Om Shanti
Shanti Shanti
Hari Om Shri Ram Krishna Namaste. Jai Shri Prabhupada Ki
Jai.
Jai Mahamaya Ki Jai. Jai Swamiji Maharaj Ji Ki Jai. Jai Buddha Dev, Jai Jesu Krishna. So thank you very much.
One more quick thing. We do still have in-person RT, weekdays at 6 p. Is it still 6 p.m., Balakrishna?
Yeah, yes.
Balakrishna does RT, and Ramadas does RT on Sundays at 5 p.m.
Ah.
So please, anytime. Okay.
Yeah, why don't we have a kind of a group picture again? Just for maybe old time's sake. Yeah, please come up here.
Thank you.
Take the name of the Lord.
Jai Mom.
People say 100 different things.
Oh,
Take
that's
the
right.
name of the Lord and his glory
Seething.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, you can-
Charlotte,
you want to finish
Charlotte. Charlotte.
You are missing. Why you will be missing?
Be careful. Be careful.
Yeah, you should be in one.
Set time.
One more. Okay. Yeah. Let's come in.
Please send it to me so I can put it on Facebook.
Yeah, I will send all the pictures.
Oh, Ramadas is not here.
Photoshop.
Thank you, Reggie.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Snacks, I can
Snacks.
make more coffee, anything you want, please feel free to come over.
That's a homemade snack.
Yes, very nice homemade snacks that he's brought. And maybe Raj helped her, I don't know.